Yes, you, and God bless you.
Thank you. All protocols, all courtesies duly extended and observed. It's such a pleasure and a huge honor for me to speak here. But I haven't prepared anything. What I will simply say is that I wish my friend, who his town is honoring today, the best that life will give him, his wife and family. I thank you for coming. Thank you.
This is a Thanksgiving ceremony. It is a celebration of what our illustrious son has done for himself in that mood of thanksgiving. I would like for all of us to join me as I start my remarks in a chorus of thanksgiving, lest we forget that this is indeed a Thanksgiving ceremony. So if you will, the boys on the musical instruments can also throw in some instruments, but I'll enjoin all of you to please rise and join me in singing this song to our own dear son of the soil, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. Ọlọ́run tó dá àwọn òkè ìhàní, ẹ̀yin ni a fi ọpẹ́ àwa fún. Ta ni ó tún fi gbogbo. Let me apologize for that technical glitch that we just had. Let me, in the spirit of making welcome our very own former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and his very amiable wife, His Excellency Professor Yemi Osinbajo, GCON, and Mrs. Dolapo Osinbajo. Let me thank and appreciate my brother governors who have come from great distances to be with us this afternoon. His Excellency Senator Doye Diri, the Executive Governor of Bayelsa State. His Excellency Mr. Godwin Obaseki, the Executive Governor of Edo State, and his amiable wife, Betty Obaseki. Your Excellency and former executive governors here present, let me appreciate and thank His Excellency Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, former governor of Osun State, His Excellency Senator Seriake Dixon, former governor of Bayelsa State, His Excellency and my leader, Otumba Ni Adebayo, former governor of Ikiti State, His Excellency Mr. Donald Duke and his wife, former governor of Cross River State. Let me thank the Secretary to the federal government in the last dispensation, Mr. Boss Mustafa. We have our very own paramount ruler of Remoland, and the chairman of the Ogun State Council of Obas here present, His Royal Majesty Oba Dr. Babatunde Ajayi, CFR. We also have the Secretary of the Ogun State Government here, Mr. Tukumo Talabi. My Deputy Chief of Staff is here, Dr. Toyin Taiwo. I will use His Royal Majesty as a point of reference and courtesies to all our royal fathers that are here in their numbers. Permit me to also thank the chairman of today's occasion, Otumba Adeleke Adeshino, for putting together such a beautiful event. The president of Ikene Development Association and all other associations from Remo that are here do not appear on this protocol list. But permit me to recognize all of you individually and collectively. Because of the want of time, please excuse me from not being able to mention you individually. Otumba Sholari, representing Remo Growth and Development Foundation, I recognize you on behalf of all other eminent sons and daughters of Remoland, all other distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we are gathered here for such a beautiful occasion in recognition of our very own immediate past Vice President, His Excellency Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN, GCUN, for his extraordinary leadership, remarkable accomplishments, and unwavering dedication to the service of our great country, Nigeria. On behalf of the entire government and the people of Ogun State, I want to thank God for the strength and wisdom He has given you, through which you've been able to sail through the stormy waters of politics in a very diverse and heterogeneous country like Nigeria. Indeed, one of the things that put Ogun State on the world map is the very trailing blazing records that the sons and daughters of our dear state have set in different fields of human endeavor. Amongst numerous others are the late Sage Chief Obafemi Awolowo, GCFR, who stands tall in governance and public administration. Years after his demise, his ideals and belief in the entrenchment of good governance have continued to inspire us to strive for excellence. And in furtherance of his legacy and ideology, Prof, you have not only distinguished yourself in this calling, but you have raised the bar in good governance. Professor Yemi Osinbajo, you are our son in whom we are well pleased. We all know that you are a prodigious intellect. You attended the Gobi College. You studied law at the University of Lagos and obtained a master's degree in the prestigious London School of Economics. You lectured in the University of Lagos, where you rose to be a professor of law and an authority in constitutional law. You served as an advisor to the then Attorney General of the Federation, Prince Bola Ajibola, between 1997 and 1999. And you are later appointed as the Attorney General of Lagos State by our current president, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. You are later chosen to be the running mate alongside with President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, an election which saw you becoming the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria from the year 2015 to 2023. You are focused, you are loyal, you are dedicated to your principal. You demonstrated that your antecedent had adequately prepared you for this assignment. You are an embodiment of your Moluabi ethos. Without sounding immodest, we are all very proud that Professor Yemi Osinbajo has exhibited an unwavering commitment to the socio-economic and political development of our dear nation, Nigeria. Personally, I take it as an utmost pride to be a brother, a mentee to this exemplary leader, who is also an erudite professor. His virtues of accountability, transparency, and commitment to the entrenchment of the rules of law are definitely worthy of emulation. You served with dignity, with integrity, and utmost character. Congratulations. The government and people of Ogun State are very, very proud of you. You must therefore thank the Almighty God and commend your immediate family, the ruling party, All Progressive Congress, all our colleagues and associates, all your colleagues in the legal profession, for the maximum support they gave you in the course of discharging your duties. In the same vein, I'd like to commend the Board of Trustees and the Executive Committee of the Kenneth Development Association and all those who have contributed in one way or the other to this Thanksgiving and appreciation reception for this illustrious son of the soil. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us not only celebrate his achievements, but also reflect on the impact he has made in the life of Ogun State in particular and in Nigeria as a whole. This event is not just a welcome back home, it's a way of saying thank you for representing us well at the national level. Like the Akaribo said, you remain our #1 export to Abuja. One of the lessons we all have to learn from this exemplary leader is that power is transient. We all have to understand that an office is never permanent. What is, however, permanent is the legacy that we leave behind and how we impact the lives of those who trusted us to lead them into a better future for their collective dreams. Your Excellencies, your legacies span from Bono to Bayelsa to Ebonyi and the entire Southwest. Congratulations once again. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us emulate Professor Yemi Osinbajo by using the opportunity of where we are today to diligently serve our people. You must appreciate the fact that the same people we left behind while going to public office will still be the same people who return to meet after our service. This reception was not organized by our former vice president. It was organized by those same people that he left behind on his way to the office, in appreciation for how he has represented us very well in Abuja. Professor Yemi Osinbajo's ability to inspire and unite people is truly extraordinary. He has fostered an inclusive and collaborative environment, encouraging teamwork and empowering individuals to reach their full potential. His leadership style has not only brought about tangible results, but also nurtured a sense of camaraderie and shared purpose among the people of Nigeria. On a personal note, who is that distracting His Excellency? On a personal note, Your Excellency, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the unwavering support you gave me in 2018 in the course of my journey to Kemoso. I remain very grateful, sir. As a government, I want to reassure the good people of Ogun State of our commitment to continue to serve you. We are direct descendants of the forebears of good governance in Ogun State. We recognize the personal sacrifices made by our forefathers, and we shall strive to sustain the ideals and principles as our guiding light for us for many generations to come. Therefore, we will not only build on the tradition of Chief Obafemi Awolowo and the heritage of Chief B.C. Onabanjo and Chief Olusegun Osoba, but also continue to nurture the exemplary leadership of Professor Yemi Osinbajo. We will continue to metamorphose from the embryonic status of a wildness of sorts into the envy of many with an array of developmental strides and strategic advancements. Permit me to also remind you that Ogun State is not owned by any individual or group. It does not belong to Dapo Abiodun. I am just a custodian of the mandate of the people of Ogun State. Ogun State belongs to all of us. Now that you are back at home, Prof, we'll continue to tap into your wealth of experience, especially in matters relating to good governance. And before I end my address, let me commend the effort of the various CDAs for promoting peaceful coexistence and socioeconomic development at the grassroots level. I wish to extol the peaceful atmosphere prevalent in the Kenya community and its environs, which has made it possible for us to all organize and share in the joy of this colorful ceremony. Once again, let me congratulate in a very special way our own legal Amazon, God's servant, exemplary leader, and mentor, Professor Yemi Adeleke Osinbajo, SON-GCON. I wish you the very best in all your future endeavors. Thank you for listening to me, and God bless. Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn.
Àjọṣe gbogbo wa ni. A better round of
Hello, please. Let's put it clear on record that one of our royal fathers, the chief host of this event, Oba Onokade, is unavoidably absent. We must just put that on record. We'll go ahead now to invite the man of the...
Thank you. Please sit. Please sit. Thank you very much. Please sit.
All the excellencies, our royal fathers, our elders, family members, the people of Ikene, and especially those who organized this great Thanksgiving. All I can say is thank you. But please permit me to take 2 or 3 minutes. In 8 years, as I worked with my husband, I have seen 1 or 2 things. But I would like to share one of it with you today. One day I saw some women and they were singing for him. And you know, as women, we are jealous. Ẹ gbà mí láyè kí n sọ lédè abínibí. Ojú mi ti rí nǹkan méjì mẹ́ta láàrin àwọn ọdún mélòó yìí tí mo ti ń bá ọkọ mi rìn lọ sábùjá tá a padà. Mo fẹ́ fi ọpẹ́ fún Olúwa. Mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn ìjòyè tán wà ń jókòó, àwọn lọ́balọ́ba tán wà ń jókòó, àwọn bàbá wa, àwọn màmá wa àtàwọn tán wá láti ìlú Ìkẹ́nnẹ́. Ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan kan ṣẹlẹ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ létí wa lénìí. Níjọ́ kan mo gbọ́ àwọn obìnrin kan wọ́n ń kọrin fọ́kọ mi. Mo dẹ̀ rò pé mo jowú. Orin wo náà wá ń kọ o? Ẹ jẹ́ kí n kọrin yẹn fún yín. Nígbà tí mo gbọ́ orin yẹn, mo wá délé mo ní mo máa kọ ẹsẹ̀ mẹ́ta ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ pẹ̀lú orin tó kọ yẹn kí tèmi lè yàtọ̀ sí tiwọn. Orin wo náà kọ níjọ́ náà? Ẹ jẹ́ kí n kọ fún yín. Wọ́n wí pé Ọ̀ṣínbàjò má mi kàn àti pàgbò yí ọ̀ka. Ọ̀ṣínbàjò má mi kàn àti pàgbò yí ọ̀ka. O ọ̀pọ̀ ènìyàn ló ń bẹ lẹ́yìn rẹ̀. Ọ̀pọ̀ ènìyàn ló ń bẹ lẹ́yìn rẹ̀ o. Ọ̀ṣínbàjò má mi kàn àti pàgbò yí ọ̀ka. Orin tó kọ́njọ́ náà nìyẹn o. And for those who don't understand Yoruba, it basically means people have surrounded you and we are many that stand with you and behind you. But because of my jealousy, I wrote 3 more verses to that song. Ọ̀ṣínbàjò má mi kàn, ogun ọ̀run yí ọ̀ka. Ọ̀ṣínbàjò má mi kàn, ogun ọ̀run yí ọ̀ka. O Ọlọ́run ti gbà ọ́ lágbàtàn. Ọlọ́run ti gbà ọ́ lágbàtàn o. Ọ̀ṣínbàjò má mi kàn, ogun ọ̀run yí ọ̀ka. Ẹsẹ̀ kejì tí mo tún kọ, ó wí báyìí wípé Ọ̀ṣínbàjò má mi kàn, àwa fi yọ̀yàn gan. Ọ̀ṣínbàjò má mi kàn, àwa fi yọ̀yàn gan. O ará ẹ wo ọmọlúwàbí. Ará ẹ wo ọmọlúwàbí o. Ọ̀ṣínbàjò má mi kàn, àwa fi yọ̀yàn gan. Ó di mélòó? Ó kù mélòó? Ó jẹyọ kan o, ṣùgbọ́n yòókù a máa ń kọ fúnra wa láàrin ilé ni mi ní kọ fún un. Ìkẹta wípé Ọ̀ṣínbàjò má mi kàn, máa yọ̀ máa jó ń tirẹ̀. Ọ̀ṣínbàjò má mi kàn, máa yọ̀ máa jó ń tirẹ̀ o. Ará ẹ wo ọmọlúwàbí. Ará ẹ wo ọmọlúwàbí o. Ọ̀ṣínbàjò má mi kàn, máa yọ̀ máa jó ń tirẹ̀. Ọ̀ṣínbàjò má mi kàn àti pàgbò yí ọ̀ka. Ọ̀ṣínbàjò má mi kàn, ẹ bá mi gbé.
Àti pàgbò yí ọ̀ka.
Ọ̀pọ̀ ènìyàn ló ń bẹ lẹ́yìn rẹ̀.
Ọ̀pọ̀ ènìyàn ló ń bẹ lẹ́yìn rẹ̀ o. Ọ̀ṣínbàjò má mi kàn àti pàgbò yí ọ̀ka.
Ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́ o.
Èmi náà dẹ̀ fẹ́ kọrin kan o. Ṣùgbọ́n ká tún gbà kókó wa Dàpọ̀ Abíọ́dún. Let me thank you very, very much for not just your speech, but for your encouragement and support through the years and through the times. You have proved to be a brother indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Today is a day of thanksgiving. I have thanked the Almighty God and will continue to thank Him. But I also want to thank so many who are here. Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, my dear brother Godwin Obaseki, and his amiable wife, Mrs. Betty Obaseki. They are both here. I always call my dear brother, God we know. God we know, and he knows why. He knows the story. Indeed, thank you so much for making the time today. Your Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa State, Governor Duye Diri, a very dear brother and friend through many, many years. And I want to thank him for making the time to come today and for not just coming alone, but coming with a delegation from Bayelsa State. I have, as you know, the greatest love and respect for you. Thank you very much for the great honor that you have done me by attending today. And Your Excellency, former Governor of Bayelsa State, His Excellency Seriake Dixon, now Senator, distinguished Senator Seriake Dixon. He is, of course, our in-law as well. As you know, he's from Ijebu-Ode, so he's not very far from here. But distinguished Senator, thank you so much. God bless you, and thank you for honoring me today. Excellency, former Governor of Cross River State, Donald Duke, and his wife, Pastor Mrs. Onari Duke. Donald Duke, as you know, was that governor of Cross River State that set the pace in that state, and he has set something in that state that is very difficult to equal. Everybody compares with Donald Duke of Cross River State. I want to thank you, not just for being an inspiration to our generation, but for being such a dear friend of so many years. Excellency, former Governor of Ekiti State, Otumba Niyi Adebayo, and former Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, I want to thank you so much for making the time to come. I know that it was not exactly straightforward or easy for you to make it here. My dear brother, former Governor of Osun State, Rauf Aregbesola, he has made the shortest speech I've ever heard him make today. Even his introduction to a speech is usually longer than the one he made today. But I take every word you have said, and I know it's from the bottom of your heart, that you wish me well, very, very well, in the years to come. Rauf and I have been friends for many, 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 many years. I don't even know how long anymore. But he's always been a loyal friend, a faithful friend, a man of truth, a man of honesty. I thank you so very much for honoring me today. And now to the boss, Secretary to the Federal Government of Nigeria. And I would say that in the pantheon of secretaries to the government of Nigeria, Boss Mustafa stands out easily as perhaps the best that we have seen in a long time. Boss has been an organizer, a coordinator, somebody who not only covers the political spectrum. When he talked about his politics of so many years, you wonder how old he is, because he's been in politics since the 80s. But it was when he became secretary to government that people really realized that this is a man of true quality, great administrative quality, a man of vision, a man of character, and one who has done so well for our nation. Boss, thank you so much for making the time today. I'd like to greet our royal fathers, the Akarigo of Remo, Oba Babatunde Adewale Ajayi, our own Akarigo, who at all times has stood by me and all my aspirations. There is no time that he has not taken a personal interest, and I'm not talking of a general interest, a personal interest in all my affairs, political, health, whatever affairs. And he has demonstrated that he's truly a father of the great Remo nation and somebody who I consider and who I hold in the highest esteem. Kabiesi, not only are we proud of you in Remo, we are also extremely grateful for the great strides that you are making, and we pray that the Almighty God will prosper your kingdom, prosper our kingdom, and the Almighty God will enable you to reap the fruits of all your labors. I also want to thank the Alakane of Ikene, Oba Onikade, and through him, all the royal fathers who are present here today. I want to thank Dr. Wale Babalaki, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, my dear friend, who has always been there. And Dr. Babalaki, I know he has disappeared. I think that he has made a promise that is going to make a contribution to this, to the completion of this beautiful edifice that we have here today. There is a man here who I consider an uncle of mine. He is Baba Adegunwa, Baba Sulaiman Adegunwa, the chairman of Right Foods, a man who has always shown such an interest in my affairs at all times, even before I became vice president. And I want to thank him for making the time also to be here. The Lord has blessed me with two namesakes, but they are my egbons. Both of them are older than me by at least 10 years. And they are my namesakes. Prince Yemi Adefulu, my dear auntie, and my dear egbon, Dr. Yemi Ogubi. They are both here. They have both been extremely supportive through the years. And I want to thank them very much. I want to thank my dear egbon, Yemi Ogubi, very much. I think that one of the reasons why he remains looking so young is because he's ever so active. I saw him talking to my son, and you could have thought that he was my son's uncle, not my own uncle. Egbon, I'm very, very grateful to you, and I thank you very much. I also want to thank all our elders who are here. Papa Oshibono, Chief Mrs. Mercy Owolano, Alaja Jakonde, thank you so much. God bless you. I also, of course, must thank very much, in particular, the chairman of this occasion, Otumba Adeleke Adesina, who, as you know, had made a speech earlier on. But I want to say in particular about Otumba Adeleke Adesina, that is a man who through the years has shown such a great interest, not just in the affairs of Ikene or Remo, but in the affairs of this nation. And he has served this nation in so many different capacities. And he continues to serve faithfully. I want to thank you, sir, for your service to our country, for your service to our community. All of the elders that I've mentioned, from Ikene in particular, many of them, I'm not so sure whether Chief Mota Odumusi is here, and so many others. Many of them, as soon as they heard that I was even going to be involved in politics, they became politicians themselves. They went from house to house campaigning, and they have continued to support, they have continued to encourage. I want to thank you all very much. God bless you. Now to my dear brothers and sisters in the Ikene Development Association. Who could have imagined that such a great honor will be done to a citizen of Ikene? I want to thank you very, very much for this great honor. There are many, many people with good ideas, many people with great ideas. but many of those ideas never happen or come to pass. I want to thank the Kenya Development Association because you have shown leadership in so many different ways. In developing this town, in developing the sons and daughters of this town, and in honoring so many who have done well. So I'd like to thank in particular our president, Are Adedoyin Adesina, our Vice President 1, Otumba Olufemi Allen, Vice President 2, Otumba Jimmy Awokoya, our Secretary General, Olusegun Samuel Ogunkoya, Alhaji Nuruddin, Mr. Shehu Ogunshemo, Mr. Deshina Lonju, Mr. Lukman Akisoya, Engineer Sunday B. Falaye, and so many others of the IDA. If you look at this hall as it is today, so well decorated, so well appointed, a lot of what you see here has moved on and been done only in the last few days because they wanted to make sure that this place was ready and befitting for the guests that will be receiving from all over the country. I want to thank you very much for that effort, and I pray that the Almighty God who has enabled you to honor me will honor you also, one by one, and none of you will miss God's appointed destinies in the mighty name of the Lord Jesus. We will continue to work and support Ikenne. Ikenne is an incredible town. I was speaking to one of my friends who is from another state, and he was celebrating that he had become the 3rd senior advocate in his town, in his state. This friend of mine is from, I believe, Akwa Ibom State. At the time, he was celebrating that he had become number 3rd senior advocate in his own state. I called him aside and told him, I said, in my village, Ikenne, I'm number 7. We have 13 senior advocates from Ikenne here, 13. I said, so from my own, so you are number 3 in your state, I'm number 7 in my village, in my town. Ikenne is a great place indeed. And of course we know that this is the home of the sage and our father, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the man for whom free education is attributed, and the man for whom good governance and infrastructure all over the Western region is attributed. We believe that this place called Ikenne has something special to offer. And I say to all the young men and women here that your own future, your progress has only just begun. Wherever it is that we stop is only your own starting point. And we'll be there with you to support you and to enable you to achieve the highest that you can achieve. I want to thank everyone who has been here today, and those who have left. I want to thank those who are still here. And thank you so much. This has been a great honor for me. And I want to believe that the Almighty God who has given you, has put it in you to honor me in this way, will honor you too. God will honor you, God will bless you, and the name of the Lord in your homes and everywhere you go will be glorified. God bless you. Thank you very much. Ikenne Alara. Ikenne Alara. Thank you.
And his wife, Mrs. Dolapo Oshibajo, His Excellency, Prince Dapo Abiodun, CON MFR, the Executive Governor of Ogun State, Mr. Godwin Obaseki, the Governor of Edo State, and his wife, His Excellency, Mr. Doye Diri, the Governor of Bayelsa State, all former governors here present, Mr. Boss Gida Mustafa, the former Secretary to the Federal Government, Mr. Tokumbo Talabi, the Secretary to Ogun State Government, Dr. Toyin Taiwo, the Deputy Chief of Staff, Captains of Industries here present, all former ESCO members here present, Are Adedoyi Adeshino, my boss, my leader, the President of IDA, Otumba Adeleke Adeshino, Chairman of this occasion, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to recognize the Royal Majesty, the Paramount Ruler of Remo, and all other royal fathers here present as well. Appreciation go to God Almighty for the successes recorded here so far. Appreciation go to sons and daughters of Ikene who have contributed in one way or the other towards the success of today's reception in cash and kind. I must place on record here that Ogun State government, ably led by the executive governor of Ogun State, supported this Thanksgiving, the public Thanksgiving and appreciation with handsome sum of 10 million naira. A round of applause for Ogun State governor and the Ogun State government. Appreciation to all friends, political and businesses alike, to our own son for being part of this historic occasion. Appreciating all serving and past governors here present for their love in gracing this occasion. We appreciate all traditional rulers led by the paramount ruler, His Royal Majesty, Oba Alayeluwa Adewale Ajayi, Akaribu of Remo Land, the chairman of Ogun State Council of Traditional Rulers. We thank you for forgiving us, sir. Appreciating all representatives of religious groups, Christianity, Islam, and traditional religions. Appreciating students and staff of schools in Ekene invited to welcome our own son. Appreciating all social clubs, Igbe Ibiles, and other various societies in Ekene. Appreciating all sons and daughters of Remo Land, who out of their love for Ekene have come to welcome our son back home. Appreciating all security agencies here present for ensuring adequate security. Appreciating in particular my boss, the executive governor of Ogun State, once again for the handsome donation of 10 million naira to grace this occasion. We appreciate you. We appreciate God Almighty for giving us this outing. Gbogbo wa mo gbàládùra pé àdélébáre àrìnàkórè.
We want to give thanks to Almighty Allah for this great opportunity in thanksgiving, in receiving our own, one of the illustrious son of Ikene, our own Professor Yemi Oshibajo. We thank Almighty Allah for the great gift you've given us. We are committing every members that are here present to witness the occasion of committing their returns to Allah's hand. We pray that Almighty Allah return all of you back to your various destinations, health and healthy. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا يا مولانا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم ربنا افرج علينا صبرا وثبت أقدامنا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. صلوا على النبي الكريم.
The 70th birthday anniversary of Chief Mrs. Elizabeth Dele Igo, wife of renowned playwright, television producer, and former executive director of the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA), Chief Peter Igo, MFR, was held on Saturday, the 7th of January 2023 at their family residence, Mayfair Garden Estates, Awoyaya, Lekki Ekpe Expressway, Lagos. It was a small get-together of family members, friends, well-wishers and associates of the celebrant, most of whom were also ace broadcasters and entertainers. Notable among them were the husband of the celebrant, Chief Peter Igo, MFR, veteran actor Olu Jacobs, Mrs. Ronke Kolawole, NTA Assistant Director of News, represented the DG of the NTA, among others. The event started with special indigenous birthday renditions by Ambassador Dr. Tony Akboshiri, Nollywood actor and theme maker.
Ooh, yeah, I wish you happy birthday. Ooh, yeah, oh, many, many, many happy returns. Ooh, yeah, I wish you happy birthday. Ooh, yeah, many, many, many happy returns. Ooh, yeah, I wish you happy birthday. Ooh, yeah, many, many, many happy returns. Hey!
The cutting of the birthday cake was supervised by Ambassador Dr. Tony Akboshiri, alongside Big Tony and Muddy of Africa.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday.
This was followed by a photo and video session where family members, friends and well-wishers, including veteran Nollywood icon Chief Olu Jacobs, joined the celebrants to capture some memorable moments. The chief host and husband of the celebrant, Chief Peter Igo, called one of his 3 granddaughters to read out their goodwill message to their grandmother.
Happy birthday. There are true moments that drive you beautiful things, that set you free, take on that make you a difference. This is what you gave to me. Thank you.
Happy birthday to a wonderful grandma. From my child nightmares to the adult fears of how to deal with the world, you have been the perfect support I needed. Thank you so much, Nana, for giving me your love.
After which the toast was proposed by Big Tony.
So to survive this kind of age, mommy, you be warrior. You be warrior. So I pray say today, as all of us hold our drinks, so God will continue to bless you. You go continue to move forward. And as the blessing they follow you, and say go follow your husband. And say go follow your children. You go follow your family. Anybody when they come in contact to you, he go know say you na person when they blessed. God give you special grace. That grace go follow you. And it go follow us when they follow you celebrate too. Because now when one hand they wash each other, now they clean. So I pray say God will bless you. He go bring you plenty money. Hip hip hip. Hooray. Hip hip hip. Hip hip hip. Toast. Hey, happy birthday.
There was a special music performance for the celebrants by Ejiro Sat 2G. The vote of thanks was given by Ambassador Dr. Tony Akboshiri.
Then we pray that she's going to live long enough to see more goodness and mercy in her lifetime. We want to pray that the rest of her life shall be without illness, and the children that want to take care of her, they will take care of her in such a blessed manner, not running from one hospital to the other. No, she's going to enjoy the rest of her life. So, Uncle, thank you very much. I also want to say thank you for Uncle Jacob for being here. It's nice to see you again. It's been a long time. And the son too. Thank you for all you are doing. Enjoy your food. Thank you everybody for being part of this birthday. God bless you all.
After the vote of thanks, DJ Old Fresh took over again with a supply of more invigorating music as dancing and merrymaking continued till the end. From Biscon Communications, it's 70 hearty cheers to Chief Mrs. Elizabeth Daily Ego.
Hello and welcome to Clearview News Desk. We are reaching you live from Nigeria's capital city, Abuja. First, the headlines. FCT High Court gives DSS 1-week ultimatum to charge detained CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele to court or set him free. Abuja journalists taking through the rudiments and legal aspects of investigative journalism. At last, US government approves first ever over-the-counter birth control pill. I am Gloria Atta with these and more. Welcome. The Senate has confirmed the appointment of Chief of Defense Staff and Service Chiefs appointed by President Bola Tinubu. The top security chiefs that were confirmed on Thursday are Major General Christopher G. Musa as Chief of Defense Staff, Major General T.A. Lagbaja as Chief of Army Staff, Rear Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala as Chief of Naval Staff, and Air Vice Marshal H.P. Abubakar as Chief of Air Staff. Prior to the confirmation, the service chiefs went into a closed-door session where the senators engaged them from 12:42 p.m. to 2:59 p.m. To begin the process, the service chiefs arrived at the National Assembly complex at about 10 a.m. for an appointment that was slated for 11 a.m. They were still outside the chamber until the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, acknowledged their presence during the plenary. After their presence was acknowledged through a motion moved by the Senate leader, Senator Michael Bamidele Okpeyemi, Senate President suspended Order 60 in the Senate Standing Orders 2022 as amended to enable the chamber attend to them. Thereafter, the visitors to the Senate were given 2 minutes each to introduce themselves before the chamber dissolved into a committee of the whole, behind closed doors at 2:42 p.m. The House of Representatives has amended the 2022 Supplementary Appropriation Act and approved President Bola Tinubu's request to source for 500 billion naira from the approved budget to provide palliatives for Nigerians following the removal of petrol subsidy. This amendment comes 24 hours after the President's request and was speedily taken through second and third reading, which, according to the lawmakers, was in line with the need to urgently cushion the effect of the removal of subsidy. The lawmakers urged the President to ensure judicious use of the funds as requested. Meanwhile, President Tinubu has said 12 million families will get 8,000 naira over a period of 6 months to ameliorate the hardships faced by Nigerians as a result of subsidy removal. According to a letter to the House of Representatives read by Speaker Abbas during a plenary on Tuesday, Tinubu said it was a sort of support to enable poor and vulnerable Nigerians cope with the cost of meeting basic needs. The letter was for approval of additional financing for the National Social Safety Net program, scaled up by the National Assembly. The president said this would have a multiplier effect on about 60 million individuals. In his opinion, digital transfers will be made directly to beneficial accounts to ensure that the process is credible and fair. Justice Hamza Mwazu of the Federal Capital Territory High Court Abuja has issued a one-week ultimatum to the Department of the State Security Service DSS to either charge the detained suspended governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, to court or set him free. The judge issued the order while delivering a ruling in a fundamental human rights suit instituted against the DSS and others by Emefiele. The judge said Emefiele hasn't shown that his arrest and investigation is unlawful, but noted that it is within his right to get fair hearing. Justice Mwazu further stated that the suspended CBN governor can't remain in detention without a formal charge, adding also that the DSS cannot use the period of Emefiele's detention to search for evidence against him. Justice Mwazu held that the DSS has power to carry out its constitutional duties of making arrests, detain and ensuring prevention of internal crime, but however said that such duties must be carried out within the law. Emefiele had sued the Attorney General of the Federation, AGF, Director General of the DSS, seeking enforcement of his fundamental human rights to freedom of movement and dignity to human life. In the suit, the suspended CBN governor had applied that his arrest and detention since June 10 without valid order of the court be voided and set aside. Emefiele demanded a compensation of 5 million naira as exemplary damages for his alleged unlawful detention. He was suspended as CBN governor on 9th June and arrested in the early hours of June 10 at his Ikoyi, Lagos home. Shortly after President Bola Tinubu suspended him, the DSS had on June 10 arrested the Apex Bank governor, who has been in detention since then. In a country like Nigeria with over 200 million people, rife with so many socio-economic challenges, the only way to grow, build capacity and reach your full potential is by building resilience and stepping outside your comfort zone. This was the resolution reached at the maiden edition of the Connect the Dots conference held this Thursday in Abuja. Clevius' correspondent was at the event and now tells us more.
Nigeria, Africa's most populous black country and arguably the largest economy on the continent, is widely regarded as the powerhouse of the African continent with abundant natural resources and a young, dynamic and vibrant population. The country, which has the potential to compete on the global stage, however, continues to struggle due to diverse socio-economic and cultural challenges like insecurity, lack of power supply, poverty and vast unemployment, which have left daunting effects on the country's growth and development. Speaking at the maiden edition of the Connect the Dots conference in Abuja, the convener, Halima Abdulraouf, says in the midst of these sociocultural challenges and harsh economic realities facing the country, there is need to empower Nigerians, especially young people, on developing the culture of resilience and breaking free from their comfort zones and other barriers so as to bring about positive change the country desperately needs.
The reason I convened this kind of conference is because I saw a gap in terms of building resilience and breaking comfort zones, especially in northern Nigeria. You know what they say, the technological advancement is sweeping a lot of people to progress and liberation and making money, but some of us are still living in that era of thinking of the analog way of doing things, and there are so many opportunities for us to tap into. So by doing this conference, we intend to achieve a few things: gather people of like minds, thought-provokers, experts in different fields, to come and give insight on how to break resilience and break forth from comfort zone and break all of the barriers that will be hindering us from getting to the destination or the dreams that we already have for ourselves.
Other speakers at the event, while sharing their real-life experiences on resilience building and breaking comfort zones, stressed on the need for Nigerians to foster a culture of resilience and mentorship so as to unlock their full potential.
To achieve resilience, and you need to study your emotions. You need to, a lot of people go into depression without even knowing they're into depression. You need to know how your body, your mind is responding to everything that is happening around you. It helps you to experience self-actualization. You're able to know your strength. There's some strength you didn't know you have until you go through certain things. And then you find out that, oh, you have this thing in you. And sometimes it's also very hard to redirect energy back to yourself as a person when you're going through all those things. But when you finally get it back to you, you're unstoppable.
Taking responsibility. I realized I'm not my circumstance, but I'm my experience. So to be able to differentiate your circumstance and your experience will help you to make empowering choices. You can't change your circumstance, but you can influence it. As long as I can remember, I've always been someone who has rejected the stereotype. You cannot put me in a box. No, I will not agree.
For me, what gives me that resilience is knowing that this is a problem and I feel I'm the only person that has solution to this problem. And boom, I do it.
With the rapid pace of technological advancement, NIDA is dedicated to creating opportunities for our youth to allow them to keep up with the evolving trends in digital economy by continuously updating their skills and knowledge through our digital literacy and skills initiative.
In an article published by Rhapsody Strategies, it states that too many people play it safe. This is the playground of mediocrity. It is where average people live. They color inside the lines and always play by the rules. They fear the unknown and rarely, if ever, ventures outside the comfort zones. People who play it safe are predictable. Their lives are run by rules and routine. Their actions are often dictated by the opinions of others. This is the crowd that fights to keep things the same way.
The one-day conference, which drew industry experts and participants from across the country, also featured panel discussions, engaging workshops, and keynote speeches.
The Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Mines and Steel Development, Mary Ogbe, has advised investors both at the national and international levels to take full advantage of the ministry's new high-tech resolution airborne data to carry out further exploration of their mineral titles and to discover new fields. Clevy News' Imefun Okon was there and now tells us more.
The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Mines and Steel Development, Mary Ogbe, was full of soft words when the Mineral Sector for Economic Diversification Project under the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development handed over high-resolution airborne geophysical survey data of southwestern block of Nigeria to the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency. Mary Ogbe noted that the survey data is one of the many reform activities planned and executed by the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development as a government incentive to reduce the risk of investment in the mining sector.
The ministry has, in addition to the creation of the Geodata Center, approved a data dissemination policy in June 2023, where credible geoscience data are made freely available to investors and researchers after a simple online documentation. On behalf of the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development and the Federal Government of Nigeria, I wish to call on all valuable investors, both national and international, to take advantage of the numerous efforts of the ministry, such as the new high-resolution airborne data, to carry out further exploration of your mineral titles and to discover more new fields. I wish to also implore you to regularly visit the NGSA and Nigerian Steel and Raw Material Exploration Agency, the Mine Cadastral Office, and the Ministry website for more technical information about this survey and many other activities of the ministry that serves as veritable incentive to investors.
In his opening remarks, the Mineral Sector for Economic Diversification Project Coordinator, Salim Salam, said airborne survey data is another landmark achievement in geodata acquisition, which aims at attracting meaningful investment in the Nigerian mining sector.
Today's event marks another landmark achievement in the area of geosciences data acquisition for attracting meaningful investment into the mining sector. Therefore, what we are doing today is to release the first batch of the process and interpreted data to the ministry for onward release to the general public to assist in the de-risking sector. Already, the ministry has approved data dissemination policy that will guide the release of the data to the general public.
On his part, the Director General, Nigerian Geological Survey Agency, Abdulrazak Karuba, added that with the data dissemination policy approved by the ministry, the data will be accessible to investors and eliminate quackery.
Also, I want to make this clear. At NGSA level, we want to thank the ministry, Mindava, for approving the data dissemination policy. This is very critical at this juncture in the country because, one, in most countries, most of these data sets which we sell are made available even online for investors to use. And by making it free for investors, it attracts them and also it eliminates what we call quackery in the system. And based on this data policy, I want to assure the Permanent Secretary that NGSA in the next 1 week we go live on the Geodata Center with this data set for public use.
Highlight of the event was the official handover of the survey data document from Mineral Sector for Economic Diversification to the Director General, Nigeria Geological Survey Agency, Abdulrazak Karuba. It is expected that the geological data that are being released will assist to attract investment into the Nigerian mining sector. Imefon Okun reporting for Clearview News.
Clearview News Desk Workshop on Accountability Reporting, which kicked off on the 12th of July, witnessed the presence of journalists from several media houses in Abuja, the Nigerian capital. Day 2 was even more engaging as legal luminary and rights activist Frank Tete took participants through the basis, legal checks for investigative reporters. Clearview's Eunice Ella Eze was on ground to give details.
Day 2 of the capacity building workshop, which is aimed at promoting, equipping and empowering journalists on the tenets of investigative journalism, especially as it affects the rights of others. The training is expected to go a long way in aiding journalists on the importance of investigative journalism, the risk involved, and how to minimize such pitfalls. In his presentation, renowned legal luminary and rights activist Frank Tete took participants through the legal implications of malicious representations, especially as it relates to cybercrime and the penalties thereof.
The future of relevant journalism lies in actually investigative journalism. The reason is that it is targeted at exposing corruption. It is targeted at causing change. It is targeted at, ensuring that truth is made more easily accessible. Machines can't do that. And ordinary news reporting cannot achieve that. So, there is need for greater caution. Nevertheless, it is the hope for the relevance of journalism.
The lead program officer for the Clearview News Desk project, Inten Ekpang, gave a presentation centered on the basics of investigative reporting for beginners.
It's important to know that at the core of an investigative report is what? Establishing the truth. So if your investigative report is not establishing the truth, you are not doing it. Because some people work with hearsays, some people work with biases, Some people, they don't like this person. Can we do something to tarnish him? And we do a lot of that today. In fact, some people pay reporters to do that. They pay journalists, tarnish the image of somebody, and you run the story that you know is not true. And some people call it investigation. We investigated him and we discovered that it's not. Because at the core of this is the need to establish the truth.
Also gave a background of why the investigative journalism should be emphasized, even though most times we end up just doing our stories and moving on. He talked about the issue of prevailing corruption in the country, why we should go in depth and research issues and then bring it once there are issues that have to do with the common good of the public.
He also gave the keywords and characteristics of investigative reporting, which he said could be so impactful and holds powerful and influential people. Some of the participants bared their minds on the impact of the program and the takeaway from the workshop.
As an investigative journalist, you will be exceptional and your report will have vivid evidence verified. So whenever you publish, you have evidence also to back up with your report.
There was added knowledge today to what I've learned before. So it will go a long way in improving my investigative reporting.
Journalism is so important that we cannot leave it for quacks. Hence the need for training and retraining, building of capacity, like what is going on now, to help us be better journalists and know our onions as it affects investigative reporting. I've learned a lot since the beginning of this program, and I don't even intend to miss a minute, because it is actually very interesting, very exciting, very thought-provoking, and also very engaging.
The training was put together by Clearview TV News Desk with support from the Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism in partnership with the MacArthur Foundation. Eunice Eze reporting for Clearview News Desk.
At a time when life expectancy for Nigeria is 55.75 years, Clearview News Desk has every reason to rejoice with literary icon, Nigerian Nobel Prize winner Akinwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka, popularly known as Wole Soyinka, who turned 89 this Thursday. The world-renowned professor was awarded the 1986 Nobel Prize in Literature for his presentation in a wide cultural perspective and with poetic overtones, fashioning the drama of existence. Wole Soyinka is the first sub-Saharan African to be honored in that category. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in Abeokuta, capital of Ogun State. In 1954, he attended Government College in Ibadan and subsequently University College Ibadan and the University of Leeds in England. After studying in Nigeria and the UK, he worked with the Royal Court Theatre in London. From 1960 onward, he taught literature and drama and geared theatre groups at various universities. As an activist in 1965, he seized the Western Nigeria Broadcasting Service studio and broadcast a demand for the cancellation of the Western Nigeria regional elections. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he was arrested by the federal government of General Yakubu Gowon and put in solitary confinement for 2 years for volunteering to be a non-government mediating actor. After becoming chair of drama at the University of Ibadan, Soyinka became more politically active. Following the military coup in January 1966, he secretly and unofficially met with the military governor Chukwuemeka Odumegu Ojukwu in southwestern town of Enugu, August 1967, to try to avert the Nigerian Civil War. As a result, he had to go into hiding. He was imprisoned for 22 months as civil war ensued between the federal government of Nigeria and the Biafrans. At Clearview TV, we say happy birthday, sir. And on the foreign scene, the bodies of at least 87 people allegedly killed by the Rapid Support Forces in Sudan have been found in a mass grave. According to the UN, the organization Masalit people were among those buried in a shallow grave just outside El Janina. Fierce fighting between the RSF and Sudan's armed forces has been continuing since April, but the RSF and their allied militias have denied any involvement in the recent fighting in West Darfur. Thousands have died and millions have been forced from their homes as a result of fighting between Sudan's regular army, led by Abdel Fattah el-Burhan, and the RSF, led by al-Burhan's former deputy, Mohamed Hamdan Daglo, known as Hemed Team. The UN said at least 37 bodies were buried in the West Darfur region on 20th June and another 50 at the same site the next day. Among those buried were women and children. UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, said he was appalled by the callous and disrespectful way the dead, along with their families and communities, were treated. And if you are just joining us, you're watching the news on Clearview News Desk. When we come back, we bring you stories on women and children. Stay with us.
The news continues now with stories from our area of specialization, women and children. After the main transmission of our news, we rebroadcast on our YouTube page, Clearview TV. Do you operate a women or children's NGO? Are you at the helm of affairs of a government establishment or a corporate organization involved in the affairs of women and children? Then you are our partners in progress. We have a mission to better the lot of our women and children. Join us to celebrate womanhood and work assiduously to better the lot of the Nigerian child. This is our mission.
Welcome back. The U.S. government has approved the first ever over-the-counter birth control pill. The Food and Drug Administration announced Thursday birth control pill or pill will be available without a prescription for women of all ages. In a statement, the agency said the move would help reduce women's barriers to accessing contraception. The manufacturer of Opil has said it will most likely be available over the counter in early 2024. Doctors say that the progestin-only pill, often known as mini pill, is a particularly safe form of contraception because it does not contain estrogen, meaning it has fewer side effects and health risks. The most common side effects of Opil include irregular bleeding, headaches, dizziness, and nausea. The contraception is also not recommended for women who have had breast cancer. The U.S. joins more than 100 countries around the world that have made the birth control pill available over the counter, including most countries in Latin America, as well as India, China, and the United Kingdom. And that's the news. But before we go, a recap of the top stories.
Federal Capital Territory High Court Abuja has issued a one-week ultimatum to the Department of State Security Service, DSS, to either charge the detained and suspended governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, to court or set him free. The judge, Justice Hamza Muazu, issued the order while delivering a ruling in a fundamental human rights suit instituted against the DSS and others by Emefiele. Clearview News Desk has completed its Day 2 capacity building for investigative journalists. Participants were taken through legal implications of malicious publications and the dangers of cyber stalking. We also told you that the U.S. government has approved the first ever over-the-counter birth control pill. The Food and Drug Administration announced that birth control pill, or pill, will be available without a prescription for women of all ages in early 2024.
Remember to like us on Facebook, Clearview Television. Follow us on Twitter at Clearview Online. Follow us on Instagram at Clearview News. And also remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Clearview TV. Many thanks for watching. I am Gloria Atta. Bye for now.
breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more has been moved to channel 144 on Go TV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on Go TV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on Go TV. Biscon TV, interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Welcome to Biscon Foreign News today. I am Stella Power. First, the headlines. North Korea fires intercontinental ballistic missile after threatening U.S. Ex-Manson follower Leslie Van Houten released from prison after 53 years. India's CEO criticized for picking AI bot over human staff. NATO allies offer security assurances for Ukraine on path to membership. We'll bring you details of these and more after the short break. Stay tuned. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon Television Foreign News. Now the news in full. North Korea has fired a suspected intercontinental ballistic missile, ICBM, Japanese and South Korean officials report. The long-range missile flew far for more than an hour before landing short of Japanese waters on Wednesday morning. Pyongyang's launch comes after it threatened retaliation against what it said were recent U.S. spy plane incursions over its territory. Earlier this week, it threatened to shoot down such planes. Washington has dismissed the accusations, saying its military patrols are in line with international law. Security concerns have ramped up on the peninsula this year after North Korea tested new weapons. The country also conducted a record number of missile launches in 2022, including ones capable of reaching U.S. territory. In response, the U.S. and South Korea have increased their joint military drills around the peninsula. Pyongyang so far has continued with its missile launches, testing a new ICBM in April, which it described as its most powerful missile to date. It also tried to launch a spy satellite in May, which failed. North Korea's missile on Wednesday flew eastwards from Pyongyang for more than an hour before landing in the sea west of Japan around 11:15 local time, the Japanese Coast Guard reported. The high-angled flight covered a 1,000 kilometers distance, said South Korea's military. South Korean and US officials met immediately after Wednesday's launch, issuing a statement reiterating the strengthened joint defense. Now, Leslie Van Houten, a former follower of notorious cult leader Charles Manson, has been released on parole after serving more than 5 decades of a life sentence for 2 brutal murders. Van Houten, 73, was a 19-year-old member of the Manson family when she took part in the murder of a Los Angeles grocer and his wife in 1969. 5 previous bids for her parole were blocked by California's governors. That decision was later reversed by a state appeals court. During the killings, which took place just days after the murder of actress Sharon Tate and 4 others, Van Houten held down Rosemary LaBianca while someone else stabbed her. She later also admitted that she stabbed the woman after she was dead. Van Houten's lawyer, Nancy Tetrold, told newsmen that she left a woman's prison in California early on Tuesday morning and will be on parole for 3 years. Charles Manson, considered one of America's most notorious cult leaders, directed his followers to commit 9 murders and hoped the killing would start a race war called Helter Skelter, after a famous song by the Beatles. He died in prison in 2017. Following her life sentence, Van Houten earned both a bachelor's and master's degree while in prison, where she also worked as a tutor for other inmates. On 8 July, however, Mr. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, said he would not block her parole this time, paving the way for her release on Tuesday. In a statement last week, the governor said he remained disappointed at the release, which he said was unlikely to be heard by California's Supreme Court if the legal battle continued. In another story, an Indian CEO is being criticized after he said that his firm had replaced 90% of its support staff with an artificial intelligence chatbot. Sumit Shah, founder of Dukan, said on Twitter that the chatbot had drastically improved first response and resolution time of customers' queries. The tweet sparked outrage online. It comes at a time when there has been a lot of conversations and apprehension about AI taking away people's jobs, especially in the service industry. In a series of tweets which have over 1 million views, Mr. Shah wrote about his firm's decision to use a chatbot. He said that though laying off staff has been a tough decision, it was necessary. He also wrote about how they built the bot and the AI platform in a short span of time so that all of Dukan's customers could have their own AI assistant. He said that the bot was answering all kinds of queries with speed and accuracy. Mr. Shah also added that the firm was hiring for multiple roles. However, many users criticized his tweets and accused him of disrupting the lives of his staff with his heartless decision. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, we'll continue with the rest of the stories. Stay with us. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're watching Biscon Television Foreign News. Now to the rest of the news. Former Zimbabwe government minister Saviour Kasukuwere, who sought to challenge President Emmerson Mnangagwa in upcoming elections, has been barred from contesting. A Harare High Court judge has invalidated Mr. Kasukuwere's application to contest as an independent candidate mere weeks after the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission accepted his registration papers. Lawyer Lovedale Mangwana challenged the body's decision in court, arguing that Mr. Kasukuwere was no longer a registered voter, a criterion for a candidate, as he had lived outside Zimbabwe for longer than 18 months. Mr. Kasukuwere is a key Mugabe loyalist who served as a ZANU PF political commissar and Minister of Youth and Indigenization in the ex-president's government. He fled the country in the aftermath of the military coup that ushered President Emerson Mnangagwa to power in 2017. He returned briefly in 2018, but fled again to South Africa, citing political persecution. General elections will be held in Zimbabwe on 23rd August. Away from that, the United States and global allies unveiled new security assurances for Ukraine at a NATO summit on Wednesday, designed to bolster the country's defenses against Russia over the long haul, while Kyiv strives for membership of the alliance. The prospect of long-term protection from members of the world's most powerful military bloc comes a day after President Volodymyr Zelensky decried as absurd a refusal to offer an invite or timetable for Ukraine's entry into NATO. Ukraine has been pushing for rapid membership while fighting a Russian invasion unleashed in February 2022 that has killed tens of thousands and displaced millions. Instead, a declaration by the G7 grouping of the world's most industrialized countries launched a framework for bilateral negotiations to provide military and financial support, intelligence sharing, and a promise of immediate steps if Russia should attack again. Our support will last long into the future. It's a powerful statement of our commitment to Ukraine, said President Joe Biden, alongside Zelensky and leaders of the G7, which is made up of the US, Germany, Japan, France, Canada, Italy, and Britain. Today, there are security guarantees for Ukraine on the way to NATO, he added. The Ukraine delegation is bringing home a significant security victory for Ukraine, he further noted. Now, the European Union's Parliament on Wednesday backed a major plan to protect nature and fight climate change in a cliffhanger vote that had the 27-nation bloc's global green credentials at stake. After weeks of intense lobbying against the plan, the legislature still supported the general outlines of a European Commission bill in a razor-thin 324 to 312 votes, with 12 abstentions. The plan is a key part of the EU's vaunted European Green Deal that seeks to establish the world's most ambitious climate and biodiversity targets and make the bloc a global point of reference on all climate issues. The vote marks a significant milestone in our commitment to fulfilling the Green Deal, said MEP Mohamed Chahim of the Socialist Group. The plans proposed by the European Commission, the EU's executive branch, set binding restoration targets for specific habitats and species, with the aim to cover at least 20% of the region's land and sea areas by 2030. And that's it on Biscon Television Foreign News, compiled and produced by Tomiloba Bolari. I am Stella Para. Thank you for watching. Yes, welcome to another exciting episode of Entertainment Update Celebrity Crate, where we talk about interesting topics. We talk about celebrity juicy gossips, who's getting a car, who's buying a house, all of those beautiful, interesting things that we talk about here. And we also bring to you the fashion world, what's trending in the world of fashion, how you should piece your clothing together, the right
outfit for you, how to dress for your body type, your body shape. Knowing all of those things is very important. No matter how trending a particular outfit is, or no matter how trending fashion would be, you should always know what suits your own body type. And lastly, we bring to you the movie scene, but locally and internationally. Yes, we go Hollywood, Bollywood, or Nollywood. So let's go on a quick time out. When we come back, we'll get right into the program. I'll be right back. Do not go anywhere. Yes, welcome back to Celebrity Crate. So today I will be talking about Joke Silva. Yes, so Joke Silva celebrates her husband Olu Jacob as he clocks 81 years old. I beg your pardon. Talented actor Olu Jacobs turns 81. Yes, talented Nollywood actor Olu Jacobs is 81 years old today. So we're happy, we're excited, and his wife Joke Silva has taken to social media to celebrate him on an Instagram post. So the veteran actress made sure to remind our fans that today is actually Jacob's official birthday. The actress has been open about her husband's struggle with dementia since 2021. Yes, so when the news broke out, then it took us by surprise. We've just seen that he lost a lot of weight, and because of the illness, dementia. She's been with him every step of the way. She's been there riding with him. So Silva recently spoke about how they've been coping and what it has been like loving him post dementia, saying that sometimes it feels like her husband is no longer there. I understand that it will get with the dementia illness and all that, she will no longer recognize who she's married to. And she did, however, make note of how good a father he is to their children, even though he has stepped out of the acting scene. Olu Jacobs is a world-class actor and legend in the Nollywood sector. Olu Jacob would always forever be a legend to us. We love him and wish him all the very best, and may God grant him speedy recovery. Fans and other Nollywood celebrities have facilitated taking to their social media platform, praying for the actor, praying for his recovery in his wife's comment section. When she posted the picture on Instagram, so everybody, the fans, celebrity, were all wishing him all the best, quick recovery, and the former Olu Jacobs to be back well. The legend, we all know, is still a legend, will always be a legend. And now moving on from the world of the Jacobs, Omale's Reason spends the new song. Omale has now spent third week on top of Nigerian's famous music chart. So Nigerian superstar Omale has spent a third consecutive week at the summit of Turntable Top 100. Yes, it's another week that Omale's Reason spending on the chart. Now, let me take you back to when the song first came out. In June 2023, Omale released the deluxe version of his critically acclaimed debut album, Boy Alone. For one, I was anticipating Boy Alone, and the day Boy Alone came out, I listened to the old track, and I must say, if you're not, that song is, I don't know, Omale is, I don't even have the word to describe him. He's a genius. Pouring out his emotion, how he feels, everything into that song, into that album. I must say, Boy Alone is superb. Now, with 6 new tracks that have given the album a new lease of life and increased its commercial appeal. So, in the latest installment of Turntable Top 100 Chart Week, so from June 30th, 2023 to July 6, 2023, Omale's Reason spends a record third week at the summit of the chart. That is huge. I mean, it gets better, yeah, but this is a whole lot better. Omale is doing great. He's telling us he's here to stay. I'm not going anywhere. Boy Alone is here to stay. Super proud of what he's doing. Ashake Young John Shea Vibes nominated for 2023 Eddie's Next Rated category. So the Eddies has released the nomination list for this year's 2023 edition, and we're excited to see who takes the award up. So the 2023 edition. Since its inception in 2006, the Eddies has played a prominent role in documentation of the strides recorded in the Nigerian music industry through its award, which has now become the biggest prize in Nigerian music scene. So on July 12, 2023, the Eddies Academy released the nomination list for the 2023 Next Rated category. Asake headlining the award. Asake headlines the list after enjoying an unprecedented run in 2022, where he released consecutive chart-topping singles, which he topped with the release of his debut album, titled Mr. Money with the Vibe. Yes, it goes with the song Mr. Money with the Vibe right now. Also nominated is Young John, who enjoyed a strong 2022 with the release of his hit single Dada and Extra Cool. Huge one. I love that. I love that Asake is doing his thing. Asake is out there, and I like his style of music. I like the Yoruba fusion there. I like the fact that everything he's doing when it comes to his music is to always stay on top, always stay grounded. I like his style. I like the old Mr. Money with the vibe. It gives the vibe, you know what I mean? So when you watch the videos, you see what I'm talking about, you know? Yeah, so and Young John too, from being a producer to now an artist. I mean, what more what more do you actually want? And that's huge. That's a lot. I like that. You know, Young John, the wicked producer, I used to back then, especially him working with Olamide back then, I would always hear that part of the, you know, the beginning of the song with any Olamide song back then. It's Young John with the vibe. Yeah, the wicked producer. So moving on from the world of celebrities, we're going to talk about fashion, but I'll be right back after this break. Do not go anywhere. Yes, welcome back. If you're just joining, this is Fashion Update, and this is Biscon Tv Celebrity Update, where we talk about celebrity just concepts, you know, entertainment updates, all of those interesting things. And now we're on to the fashion segment. Today I will be touching on vintage. I'm going to be talking about vintage style. So today is all about the vintage style. So now, what is the vintage style? We hear that, we see that a vintage means something old, something you recreate, something soft, something that has been there but you're touching it up. It could be a vintage scarf, it could be a vintage t-shirt, it could actually be a vintage skirt, a gown, but today I'm talking about the vintage style t-shirt. And now this t-shirt actually gives this nostalgia vibe, gives this soft and feel. And when you're looking out for your vintage t-shirt, make sure it's faded and it has the print of decades old. Like it's old, it's faded, not really faded, but at least giving this old vibe. So technically, true vintage shirts need to be at least 20 years old. Now, about that, there are some styles now that you can actually make t-shirt styles now that you can convert into a vintage style. All you need to do is get the right proper image for the vintage shirt you're going for. The design matters a lot. It has to be an old design, nothing new, nothing showing 2000 something vintage. So now remember that a vintage differs from antique. Yes, there's a difference between something vintage and something being antique. So, which refers to items 100 years old and more. There's a difference. It's slightly, you know, it differs, and also different from retro, which means imitating styles from the recent past. So, that said, nowadays vintage and retro and sometimes old school are used interchangeably. Now, vintage shirts. Let me tell you about the vintage shirt colors. They are much more warmer, much more golden yellow. They are less intense and often avoid cool blue tones. So these color choices will enhance the nostalgia of the design. Now, talking about the style to go for your vintage, I think you should go for the typography styles. It has a vintage feel and it varies from the hard and geometric to actually intricately carved think of art, DCU and Teen Punk versus the Art Nouveau and mid-century. Now, what I'm saying is that when choosing your vintage shirts, make sure you go for colors that are warmer. Make sure you go for colors that would enhance that particular design. So typography, design actually means that you narrow it down to your target market. You narrow it down to what exactly it is you want to achieve with your vintage t-shirts. So all of those interesting things, all of those things are the things that you consider before you actually go for your vintage shirt. And that's all we have for you today on Fashion Update. I will be right back for the movie review. Do not go anywhere. Yes, welcome back. Today on movie review, I'm going to talk about this very interesting movie. It's called Christmas in Naija. Yes, determined to actually carry out their mother's one wish, 3 men scramble to find wives they can bring home by Christmas. That's a task. Meanwhile, the mom set out to plan the most beautiful Christmas celebration ever. You should see this one. See this movie. Trying to just make sure the mom, she's happy, trying to grant a wish, and trying to make sure, to just make sure the Christmas celebration goes well. Meanwhile, the mom is planning the best Christmas ever. So, you would like to find out. Now, the cast include Rachel Oniga, Kunle Remy, Abayomi Alvin, and many more. If you've not seen this is your cue to go see this movie and let me know what you think. So, that's all we have for you today on Movie Review. I will see you next time for another episode of Celebrity Crate, and I am Olakweju Ajudawa. Now, do not forget to download the Biscon TV app on your Android devices or on your iOS devices, or you can also visit our YouTube channel. Why? Because you get all the latest updates you need on our YouTube channel. I will see you next time for another super exciting edition of Celebrity Crate. Remember, look good, smell good all the time. The world is your runway. Make sure you walk it. I am Olakweju Ajudawa. Have a good day.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs. Biscon Movies and more has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional. Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs. Biscon Movies and more has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Many thanks for joining us again on the News Hour on Biscon Television. I am Stella Power. First, the headlines. On the national scene, Senate confirms appointment of service chiefs. Established Ministry of Chieftaincy Affairs, Oluwa urges President Tinubu. In business news, 57.96 million BVN issued as CBN threatens accounts closure. On the foreign scene, Russian general dismissed after criticizing army leaders. And in the weather sports, FIFA banned Al Nassr over Musa transfer. Now, the news in full. The Senate on Thursday confirmed the nomination of service chiefs newly appointed by President Bola Tinubu. This followed the screening of the top brass by the upper chamber. Senate President Godswill Akpabio said during the closed-door meeting session, the service chiefs answered questions on defense-related matters and topical issues. The President had, in a letter read on Monday on the floor of the Senate, requested that the Red Chamber confirm the service chiefs. The Senate, upon resumption of plenary on Thursday, started the screening of the service chiefs, with each of them mounting the podium to speak on how they will tackle insecurity in the country, if confirmed. The service chiefs confirmed are Major General C.G. Musa, Chief of Defense Staff, Major General T.A. Lagbaja, Chief of Army Staff, Rear Admiral E.A. Ogala, Chief of Naval Staff, and AVM H.B. Abubakar, Chief of Air Staff. During the screening, the service chiefs briefly introduced themselves to the senators.
Power in its unity and greatness of its people. My belief in country equally informed my participation in rebranding of Nigerian project in 2009, where my submission came in second. Let me place on record that the Nigerian military remains grateful to the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for their critical role over the years. In provisioning for our uniform in men in uniform, under my watch, the armed forces shall continue to serve the Nigerian people dutifully and in line with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and other extant provisions of the laws of the Federation. I thank you all for the privilege of addressing you in this hallowed chamber this morning. The Senate President, sir, distinguished senators, I now most respectfully present myself for your screening and seek your subsequent confirmation of my appointment as the Chief of Defense Staff of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
What used to occur as occasional or episodic crises have now become enduring, making governance and the rule of law more challenging for the government of the day. The dream of our founding father is that of a strong, prosperous, globally competitive, and influential nation. However, today's painful reality is that insecurity has distorted our developmental plans and aspirations as Nigerians. I have extensive operational experience having been deployed locally and abroad as part of a peacekeeping force. I intend to bring this experience to bear in my sojourn and responsibility as the Chief of Army Staff. Distinguished Senate President, sir, distinguished senators, I hereby present myself for your screening and subsequent confirmation as the Chief of Army Staff. Thank you, sir.
My last appointments were mostly in the Naval Headquarters, Abuja, where I served as Director of Personnel Release, Director Audit at the Naval Safety and Standards Branch, and also the last one was Director Lessons Learned. Specifically, in the course of this period of my service as Director Lessons Learned, I was responsible for collating Nigerian Navy operations and activities, analyzing them with a view to drawing lessons which were used to modify our doctrines and the standard operating procedures. I believe in achieving the maximum with the little resources that are available. I thank you, sir, for this opportunity, and I hereby present myself to be screened and to be considered for confirmation as the Chief of Naval Staff of Nigeria. Thank you, sir.
On assumption of office as the Acting Chief of the Air Staff on the 19th of June 2023, I reiterated my commitment to reinvigorating our fight against terrorism, insurgency, and other security threats facing our dear nation. I also noted two key attributes of cooperation and jointness, which have been instrumental to the successes so far recorded in our counterinsurgency and counter-terrorism efforts, and which we intend to uphold in line with Mr. President's directive as outlined in the maiden national security will be predicated to enable us to have a clear understanding of the service's future direction and be on the same page. The command philosophy is maintaining a highly motivated force by enhancing welfare and infrastructural renewal. Distinguished senators, I am highly delighted to be here to present myself for screening and eventual confirmation as Mr. President's nominee for the position of the Chief of the Air Staff for the Nigerian Air Force. Thank you very much.
CG Musa, Major General, is hereby confirmed as Chief of Defense Staff. Distinguished colleagues, will the Senate confirm the nomination of Major General T.A. Lagbaja as Chief of Army Staff? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Major General T.A. Lagbaja is hereby confirmed as the Chief of Army Staff. Distinguished colleagues, will the Senate confirm the nomination of Rear Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala as Chief of Naval Staff? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Rear Admiral Emmanuel Ikechukwu Ogala is hereby confirmed as Chief of Naval Staff. Distinguished colleagues, will the Senate confirm the nomination of Air Vice Marshal H.B. Abubakar as Chief of Air Staff? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Oluwo of Iwo, Oba Abdulrasheed Akombi, has urged President Bola Tinubu to consider the establishment of the Federal Ministry of Chieftaincy Affairs and appoint a first-class royal father as the minister. Oba Akombi on Thursday said by creating such a ministry, a constitutional role will be given to the royal fathers in the democratic system. This was contained in a statement released by the press secretary to Oba Akombi, Ali Ibrahim. According to the statement, involving traditional rulers in governance through a separate ministry and constitutional empowerment would also help address the problem of insecurity. Oluwo urged the federal government to take a leaf from the government of the then Western region when the Western House of Chiefs was created, with first-class monarchs serving as ministers without portfolios. He stated the role played by the appointed monarchs contributed in no small measure to the success of the administration. Oluwo, who suggested the appointment of a monarch as a minister for the Chieftaincy Affairs Ministry, further proposed that the appointment should be rotational among the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. In another story, a federal high court Abuja on Thursday dismissed a fundamental rights enforcement suit filed by Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra (IPOB), against the Department of State Services. Justice James Omotosho, in a judgment, held that Kanu's suit lacked merit and ought to be dismissed. Newsman reports that Kanu, in the suit filed by his lawyer, had sued the Director General of DSS, and the Attorney General of the Federation as first to third respondents, respectively. In the suit, the IPOB leader alleged that DSS subjected him to different inhuman treatments, including denying him his rights to wear any clothes of his choice, like the Igbo traditional attire called Isiago, while in the facility or any time he appeared in court for his trial. He alleged that the security outfit, while allowing other inmates in their custody the freedom to choose and wear any clothes of their choice, he was restricted to wearing only a single clothing. The applicant also accused the DSS of subjecting him to torture, breaching his rights to dignity, among others. He therefore sought an order directing the respondents to allow him to put on any clothing of his choice while in the facility or when appearing in public, among other reliefs. But in a counter-affidavit filed by the DSS and its DG, they urged the court to dismiss Kanu's claim. They said that their operatives had not and had never tortured Kanu, either physically or mentally, while in their custody. They accused Kanu's family of bringing traditional attires and other clothing with Biafra insignias and pair of red shoes decorated with shining beads for him to wear in custody, and also to attend court for his trial. The judge consequently dismissed the case for lacking merit. Away from that, the House of Representatives has approved the request of President Bola Tinubu for an amendment to the 2022 Appropriation Act. The approval followed Tinubu's request for 500 billion naira for palliatives to Nigerians in order to reduce the hardship caused by subsidy removal. The amendment passed the first, second, and third readings during plenary on Wednesday. The House on Thursday approved the President's request after members of the House made contributions. First, the sum of 500 billion naira only has been extracted from the 2022 Supplementary Act of 819 billion naira for the provision of palliative to cushion the effect of subsidy removal. In December, the National Assembly passed a supplementary budget of 819 billion naira for the 2022 fiscal year. At the time, the legislature also extended the implementation of the 2022 budget till March 31, 2023. In May 2023, the National Assembly passed the amendment to the 2022 supplementary budget to extend the implementation of the capital components to December 2023. We'll take a break now, and when we come back, we'll bring you business news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon Television News. Now to business news. The total number of issued bank verification numbers (BVN) rose to 57.96 million as of July 3, 2023, according to data obtained from the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System PLC (NIBSS). This was as the Central Bank of Nigeria planned to close bank accounts without BVN. According to the NIBSS, the increasing incidence of compromise on conventional security systems, that is, password and PIN, had increased the demand for greater security for access to sensitive personal information in the banking system. It stated that in recent times, biometric technologies have been used to analyze human characteristics as an enhanced form of authentication for real-time security processes. It stated that BVN gave a unique identity that could be verified across the Nigerian banking industry, not peculiar to one bank, and ensured that customers' bank accounts were protected from unauthorized access. It noted that the BVN is an acceptable means of identification across all Nigerian banks. Since launching in 2014, 57.96 million Nigerians have now got BVN. Data from NIBSS indicated that there were 133.5 million as of December 2021. We'll take another short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you foreign news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. You're still watching Biscon Television News. You can watch us live by downloading the Biscon TV app on your Android and iOS devices, or visit our YouTube channel. Now to foreign news. A top Russian general says he has been removed from his post in Ukraine after telling military chiefs the truth about the dire situation on the front line. Major General Ivan Popov was the commander of the 58th Army, which has been fighting in the southern Zaporizhia region. In a voice message, Major General Popov said he raised questions about high casualty rate and lack of artillery support. The voice message was posted to a telegram by Russian MP Andrei Gurulayev, who is a former military commander and frequent commentator on state TV. It is unclear when the message was recorded. Among the issues Major General Popov said he highlighted to his superiors were the lack of proper counter-battery systems to help repel Ukrainian artillery attacks, as well as the lack of military intelligence. The commander said his dismissal was demanded by senior commanders, who he accused of treason, and approved by the Russian Defense Minister, Sergei Shoigu. Russian military bloggers reported that the order to dismiss Major General Popov had come from the head of Russia's armed forces, General Valery Gerasimov. They said General Gerasimov accused Major General Popov of alarmism and blackmailing senior management after he highlighted the need to rotate soldiers who had been in the front line for a sustained period of time and had suffered significant losses. The Russian Defense Ministry has yet to comment on the dismissal. Still to come is some sport news. We'll bring you details after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're watching Biscon Television News. Now to the weather sports. Saudi Arabian side Al Nassr has reportedly been banned from registering new players because of their failure to pay Leicester City £390,000 owed the English Championship club over Ahmed Musa's transfer in 2018, according to reports. Al Nassr was ruled to have owed Leicester City the amount by FIFA in 2021 after a complaint was made by the Foxes. The world governing body agreed with Leicester and said Al Nassr needed to make the payment plus interest, otherwise they will be banned from registering new players for 3 straight transfer windows. Musa, who joined the Foxes in 2016 for a then club record £60 million from CSKA Moscow, scored just 5 goals in 33 appearances for the English club, before he was sold to Al Nasser for £15.4 million 2 years later. Al Nasser recently completed a deal for Croatian midfielder Marcelo Brozovic from Inter Milan, but will not be able to add to their ranks until they pay up what is due Leicester. Still to come is some entertainment news. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to Showbiz News. I am Olapeju Ajidawa. Ex-BB Niger star Chukwuemeka Okoye, also known as Fort, and his lovely wife Chioma are eagerly anticipating the arrival of their first baby. This delightful announcement of the baby was made through a gender reveal party. It was an intimate moment while disclosing the gender of their unborn child to the company of their friends and loved ones. Overflowing with appreciation, Ford joyfully expresses his feelings of being truthfully blessed to have a beautiful wife and a baby on the way. Popular singer and skit maker Kata Efe breaks down in tears as he calls out Eddies after he was snubbed in their nomination list despite his hit track, Machala. The budding musician took to his Instagram live to blow hot and bare his feelings over the act, which he considered as unfair. The Music Award released its nominee list, which featured different artists. However, Machala's song, which had many copyright issues between Kata Efe and his co-singer Berry Tiga, never made the list. Kata Efe called out Eddies, challenging them to say which song had reigned last year more than his song. Hello and welcome to Movie Trailer. Today, we will be looking at the movie Different Strokes. The plot of Different Strokes follows the story of four friends who share one goal and an unwavering commitment to achieve it. They, however, realize that aspiration requires more than just a shared goal. The film boasts a star-studded cast featuring some of the best-known faces in the Nigerian film industry, including Mercy Johnson, Shafi Bello, Jim Ike, Adejimiji Lateef, Deyemi Okolawon, Etim Effiong, Jide Kosoko, and many more. Different Strokes is directed by Biodun Stephen.
I wasn't expecting you, so I was a bit surprised.
Well, where's my son?
Not again, what? Allow, what do you want? Big B since last night.
That big B is what I want.
Oh man, this thing is not fair now. Don't make any rubbish now. If you cannot work and make money, the least you can do is to help the person that is.
You don't stay in the house anymore.
Stop it!
I just had your son.
So? Stretch back all over your body, the entire sofa, thunder strike you.
That's too much. Peter, you will never know what it feels like to be abandoned, emotionally and verbally abused every day. What is up with that go back belly?
How dare you walk out on me?
So what do you want me to do? Beat up my own mother?
I never chose to be a housewife. You talk to me like trash, and I address you like shit!
You just need to raise it up.
I'm not. I have a
raise it up. You see all those women that have been following Madame? All of them. A winch.
Winch.
I'm telling you. You're a shameless prostitute.
I knew I lost my husband the moment you brought me a box of sex toys.
You need to treat your wife well. She always makes it so difficult.
And that's all we have for you today on Movie Trailer.
Welcome back. You're watching Biscon Television News. Before we go, here's a recap of the major points of the news. On the national scene, Senate confirms appointment of service chiefs. Established Ministry of Chieftaincy Affairs, Oluwa urges President Tinubu. In business news, 57.96 million BVN issued as CBN threatens accounts closure. On the foreign scene, Russian general dismissed after criticizing army leaders. And in the weather sport, FIFA banned Al Nassr over Musa transfer. And that's it on the News Hour on Biscon Television. Compiled and produced by Olapeju Ajidaba, Stella Opara, Tomiloba Abolari. And I am Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
Where the China-Nigeria relationship has grown significant in various fields, it has also been faced with many new challenges. I'm confident that we will work together with friends from all walks of life in Nigeria to address risks and challenges, share development opportunities, and promote the strategic partnership between China and Nigeria to a new level. Thank you. Thank you for the attention.
With regards to movement of persons, the 22nd March 1972 Socio-Cultural and Technical Agreement and the March 27th 1972 Mutual Agreement Cooperation permits visa-free movements for a maximum of 90 days into either country. It is of great importance, given that Cameroon already enjoys some special status in ECOWAS, and also that it has some special status agreements with Nigeria. It will be advantageous that Nigeria and Cameroon governments explore further the possibility of extending the 90-day stay agreement to a right of stay similar to those of ECOWAS member states. Given that Nigeria is Cameroon's second largest trading partner, we are talking about 13.8% after China, that a Peruvian and a report from the presidency of Cameroon states that Nigeria is the second exporter to Cameroon, that is 13.8%, which comes to about 113 billion tons, worth 400 billion CFA after China, after France, and after India, and after USA. It is also found that Cameroon exports more than 65 billion tons, worth 390 billion CFA francs. It rates 14 amongst Nigeria's top exporters. These statistics show that if we enhance free trade and if we extend the movement of persons to trade and commerce, particularly background that I will solicit a regularization of these cross-border movements, which would boost employment, boost standard of living, raise income, and reduce inequality. Furthermore, I think if we formalize this bilateral trade, the broad-based benefits will be shared by both countries. Thank you very much for your very kind attention.
Good administration in Nigeria. When the hearing was founded, that mandate was extended. And before the defendants, some Cameroons and other Cameroons were given the option either to stay and become part of Nigeria, or to separate independent sovereign countries. Southern Cameroon opted out of Nigeria to become an independent country. But Northern Cameroon remain as part of Nigeria. It's not to go. I don't want to give reasons why that was, but I think it's important for some of the younger ones to know this, that there is a long historical link with us. When I was growing up at King's College, every year about 10 students would come from Cameroons, young Southern Cameroons. And I remember the elegant Dr. E.M. when before I think it was actually 56 conference, international conference. It was created as the fourth region with some regional conference, with some regional premier in where we had. So it's been that long history. I think we need to think about that. What kind of office in Europe? The boy, after his parents have had children before you, and the boy is divided to separate, so you are special. Of course, I was always special. So we have a constant ground from India, which
as the giants of Africa. And sometimes India is also called as some elephant moving at a pace. And recognizing that strength of Nigeria, the strength of its human resources, and India recognized it. And we invited them as part of G20 this year. And I'm sure that whatever we are deliberating now will have the more exponential power when the President goes to India and speak on behalf of Nigeria from the high table of G20. As far as our relationship is concerned, true, we are here even before the independence of Nigeria. We are here since 1958. Our bilateral relationship is that strong. As far as the economical relationship is concerned, India has been most of the time Nigeria's largest trading partner. I don't think in the current year we are, but for last 1 or 2 years we are not at the top. That may have happened because of the less oil trade probably. But we have been most of the time largest trading partner. I 100% believe in new Nigeria and the call of the President about that. And India stands shoulder to shoulder to be a partner in this aspiration and in this dream. Presently, we have 2 fully functional offices, one is Lagos and one is Abuja. And a lot of Nigerian students go for studying in India and they come back. And many people go for medical attention in India, which have been very sought after probably what I have understood as Consul General of in Lagos. We also are very much interested in capacity building of Nigerian youth or of the government officials. We have many slots in this category. Apart from that, we are also ready to share the latest technologies with Nigeria, what we have. We have offered the indigenously developed 5G technologies. We are ready to do them onboarding on RuPay because it is understood that Nigerian fintechs are doing very great. And there is a great potential between collaboration between India and Nigeria, and there could be tech transfer. Tech transfer is also happening very heavily in pharmaceutical sectors. India supplies a lot of pharmaceuticals to Nigeria, but there can be a better way that this is manufactured in Nigeria. And I am very happy to note that many Indian pharmaceutical big companies are establishing their manufacturing units in Nigeria. With these words, I would just like to say the word of Prime Minister Modi, where India's priority is towards Africa. He said that India's collaboration with Africa is not what India wants. No, it is not our priority. Our priority is what Nigeria wants, what Africa wants, and what men, women, and children of Africa wants. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
You cannot have foreign policy without first laying a very solid foundation for your domestic environment. And it's often said, and students of international relations know this very well, that if you don't have a strong home base, your foreign policy is not likely to be as strong as it is. Now, Nigeria has always been lucky because students who refer to Nigeria's manifest destiny have said that we have many things thrust on the country just because of its objective definitions and inheritances. The fact that Nigeria is Africa's most populous country and that, as we heard today, by 2050, Nigeria is likely to become the third most populous country in the world after India and China, because India is about to overtake China, as the world's largest population. Nigeria also has very huge resources. And part of what really made Nigeria thick and strong that long ago is the human resource capacity of Nigeria. Just this morning, I was introducing a couple of ambassadors to the Founding Fathers platform of the Institute. And they were surprised when I said to them, this is Chief Simeon Adebo. Simeon Adebo is probably Africa's best known public servant. He's a civil servant who trained civil servants across the world. And therefore, the UN brought him to say, look, teach us these things that you know. So Nigeria has been that greatly endowed. And these are the things that make up Nigeria's capacity to play what has been described as the country's manifest destiny. Now that's important, and for good reason and measure, Nigeria has been able to climb on the basis of those endowments. But for a long time in the most recent past, we have not had a stable country. We've had to grapple with issues of insecurity, and it's been very complex and diversified. You all are witnesses to the fact that even now as we speak, there are parts of the country that are still under such great stresses arising from banditry and acts of terrorism and kidnapping, wanton killings, and violent extremism. Now, these are the kinds of issues that we are grappling with domestically. But we also have serious material issues. In fact, every time when we have described the trajectories in words that we know, we never think those things are enough. Poverty is no longer enough. Today we have multi-dimensional poverty. So when you call it multi-dimensional poverty, it carries more weight, just to remind you that poverty is aggravated and so on. So there is aggravated poverty, and at a point, we used to joke about it. They say Nigeria had become the poverty capital of the world. Now, that just summarizes the material conditions that we have in the country. In the midst of insecurity, there is so much poverty. High costs of living, high inflation rates, high unemployment rates, high ratios of children who are out of school, high rates of deprivation, and so on and so on. And that's why it is important that Professor Jinodu, as chair, has referred to the provisions of Chapter 2 of the Constitution. The Chapter 2 lays out the obligations of the state, and I think that's a good way of summarizing what should drive our domestic environment. That if the state lives up to its responsibilities in those terms, then of course our country would be better positioned to do the kinds of things. So, but that means, that above all, we must have a state that enjoys considerable legitimacy. Now, if a state doesn't enjoy such considerable legitimacy, it's going to have perennial crisis from within. And, you know, the statements, the positions, the interventions of the state would remain perennially unstable. So legitimacy is very key to what the country enjoys domestically. And so I think that there is work, you know, that government has to do in the domestic environment. It's when you have steadied that ship, you know, that, you know, you can begin to do well in the foreign space. This is important because for a long time, especially in West Africa, Nigeria, you know, tried to sell to the rest of West Africa what Nigeria itself didn't have at home. You will recall that, you know, we were in the forefront of the democratization drive across West Africa, in Guinea-Bissau, in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, in Mali, and all of those countries. Nigeria led the democratization drive. And President Tinubu himself has said this is high on the agenda today. Because we have suffered reversals in this part of the world, Nigeria must provide leadership to ensure that we steady the ship of democracy and democratization. But for once, there is a credibility balance that you would expect. So when our president says we want to push for this agenda, people are not likely to look back again and say, you know, who's speaking now? Is it Nigeria where you have those kinds of problems? We have had very stable democracy for 24 years. We have crossed the thresholds established by S.P. Huntington in his 2 consecutive election, you know, criterion for democratic irreversibility and consolidation. So we are doing very well. And we have come out of very difficult elections, but we have shown that, you know, it is possible to have credible elections. And therefore, that's important. So we have goodwill going for Nigeria. Now, the point about externalizing this is to say that the global scene has never been more turbulent and unpredictable. In fact, the best way to summarize what is going on externally and internally is to say these are points of inflection. And, you know, inflections are beginning points, resurrection points, turning points. These are the kinds of junctures that we are having to grapple with. Today, we are moving from a unipolar world to a world that is not exactly multipolar, but it's tending towards that. A world in which, you know, we are expanding the horizons and allowing for more powers to come in. We have America moving from its unilateralism to having now to reckon with competition and rivalry in several parts of the world. We have the war in Ukraine, which is like a convergence point of the kinds of things that remind us that the old Cold War may very well be coming back. We have a new scramble for Africa. It's not recolonization in that effective sense, but all of our resources, you know, have become the things that the world, you know, is interested in, and everyone is here. We have the sea wars also in Africa, in the Gulf of Aden, in the Gulf of Guinea, and all of the navigable waters that are trade routes for Africa have become critical junctures for rivalries and conflicts. Now, we also have transnational problems, you know, these kinds of things that countries themselves are not able to control. Movements of light arms and small weapons and so on. That's going on all the time. We have, you know, illicit, you know, trade. We have illicit financial movements. We have drugs. We have human trafficking. We have illegal migrations. We have terrorism. Now, all of these things, you know, have transnational flows and ebbs, which nobody can control. But the thing to note is what the UN has said in its SDGs, especially SDG 16, that talks about partnership. These are issues that no country acting alone can deal with, so we all need partnerships. And these partnerships have taken different forms. But even the UN itself is able to say, if you want multilateralism to work, then you must begin to reckon with the building blocks of multilateralism, which will be the new regionalism. So for us, there is ECOWAS, there is AU, there are Global South movements. Now the doors for BRICS will be opening up. We have the Mint, which is still putative. We haven't quite actualized it, but it's important. And just now, India is leading the G20. That's also very crucial, and so on. Now, the point is, this is the world where we are. What stages would we be building up? What would we be doing from here? I think the challenges are challenges of the positions of inflection. The point that we are going through things, we are reinventing things, and the world has become ever more unpredictable. How do we deal with these ones? Now, many people think that these things complexify the circumstances of international engagements, especially foreign policy. But everyone knows that for strategic reasons, they also provide new opportunities because these are new things in the world. There's an evolving new global order. And therefore, we must position Nigeria to make the optimal use of the opportunities on offer. Now, that would mean, first, that in the spirit of partnership, Nigeria, knowing that we cannot do the things we used to do alone anymore, we must cement those partnership, platforms that we have, beginning with ECOWAS. And it's good that, we are entering ECOWAS at the highest point, just at the point that our new president is coming on board. Remember that, it's been said, I read something somewhere, somebody was saying we need to restructure ECOWAS because Nigeria has been not so justly treated in the realms of ECOWAS. Now, Nigeria is a big power in ECOWAS. When you give all to ECOWAS in terms of what ECOWAS wants, you cannot overkill it by insisting that Nigeria should take the dominant positions in ECOWAS. It's one of the principles that would have to be, accepted for a long time to come. Nigeria for a long time couldn't become Secretary General of the old OAU for the same reasons. Big power, you cannot have a citizen of the United States of America becoming Secretary General of the United Nations. Those kinds of things. Big powers also have those kinds of disabilities. No, they don't give up on the World Bank. There are sanctions abroad. It's also to be seen in terms of our ability to understand the issues that we take strong positions on. Research and resource think tank, the work that institutions like the NIA have been set up to do must count. I say this, and I'll just give two anecdotes, and I will stop, Chairman.
I can't stop
I'm not stopping yet.
I can't stop you.
Now, first is that, I was in Liberia in 1989-90. And in 1990 was when Nigeria decided to lead West Africa to intervene using ECOMOG in the Liberian conflict. And the map that the Nigerian vanguard ship used to get into Liberian waters across Monrovia was a 1972 navigational map. It was unbelievable, for such a great country. You didn't even have the up-to-date navigational, aids to get into Liberia. What was even worse, there were 7 of us professors that had been sent to be teachers of the president of Liberia, Samuel Doe. We didn't even know that Nigeria was about to embark on this project until much, much later. I mean, that's a dissonance, you would say. Now, today, we address xenophobia in South Africa. And we think that xenophobia is something that is targeted, at Nigerians, and that it's one way just like we saw in Zimbabwe, that the South Africans have remained very ungrateful for all that we did. The truth is that the people in South Africa don't even know what Nigeria did, because South Africa was shut up from the rest of the world. By 1994, not VOA, not BBC, could be heard anywhere in South Africa. So the people didn't know anything about what we were doing. And, so when you say the people are ungrateful, they wonder what you are saying. It's just now like the people who are reading history books and coming to terms. They hear names like Sonny Okosun, who became very popular because he had fire in Soweto. You remember those things? They never heard them. They never saw any of those things at all. That's one. But look at xenophobia and the way we are responding to xenophobia. Xenophobia, first and foremost, that's the misuse of terminology. It's not such a racial thing, as such. We need another word, but it's exclusionary behavior. It's exclusionary terrorism. Now, that form of terrorism is not really, it's something that is embedded in South Africa's Bantustan history. Now, when the South African apartheid regime decided to create Bantustans and say to each of those individual so-called tribal groups, this will be your state, they created 11 states. And they say, you know what? God has created the human race not to be equal. That's the meaning of apartheid. Apartheid means separateness. That if God wanted all of us to be together, he would have made all of us one. But God has given to every racial category its own trajectory of development. And it would be a travesty of justice if all of us were going to be subjected to the same paths of development. So for every race, its own trajectory. And so they say to the black South Africans, you all have your own opportunities to develop at your own pace. So we'll give you 11 different countries. Now, each country, if you accept this nominal independence, would have exclusivity. So this would be your own country, nobody else comes in. So, by 1982, by 1984, by 1986, by 1988, by 1989, in Mpumalanga, in Bophuthatswana, in Ciskei, in Venda, in Transkei, there were wars of this kind. Do you understand what I'm saying? They were saying to people from another Bantustan, you can't come here. And they drove them the same way they are driving Nigerians and the Congolese and all of these people from those territories. So it's an embedded part of their history. We need to know these things. We need to know what is going on so we don't have misfits in terms of our policy making. So we must use the resources that we have. We must use the think tanks that we have. We must do research and use the research and listen to those people. But above all, we must insist that in foreign policy making, you make the best of expertise. Sometimes you hear diplomats from the rest of the world articulate their positions, and you are wondering, why are we not like this? I think we have the opportunity to research, set the stage, and do all of that. I have refrained from saying this is where we should be in the next 4 years. I've simply just said we need to know where we are. We need to build the capacities, and these are the areas where I think we can use those instrumentalities. One, we must strengthen our regional hold and our multilateral platforms and use them in the best ways possible. Second, we must anchor everything that we do outside on citizen diplomacy. We must protect the rights, the interests of all Nigerians and defend those rights wherever they are. Third, we must build our economy and ensure that we are secured from within. It is only then that we can take our rightful place and have a legitimate voice that would meet our manifest destiny. Thank you, sir.
I just want to add a footnote. You see, it is politically correct to talk of multidimensional poverty. But it's meant to hide the fact it is deepening. It's deepening poverty, not multidimensional. Multidimensional does not point to the gravity of the issue. It's deepening. It's deepening poverty. And I'm sure he has no problem with that.
Yes.
So we'll listen to one of the young talks. We were young talks in the 70s too, before the DG joined us. So I'll call on Dr. Joshua Polaniwa to talk on Nigeria's foreign policy challenges. You are not the DG, so you have 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
States have some kind of relation with one another, and no states in modern times can avoid the involvement in the international affairs. And this involvement must be systematic and based on certain principles. In other words, our states have to behave with one another in a particular manner, and the framing of foreign policy is therefore national interest. To this extent, that the foreign policy of a country is intended to ensure and achieve critical national security and geopolitical interests, and all of the issues that affect it, to promote the welfare of that state. Our foreign policy also shows an unbroken relationship between foreign policy and national interest. And there is this umbilical cord between that binds foreign policies and national interest. And the two most significant elements of the national interest, which may be described as the core and non-negotiable interest, are security and territorial integrity and the economic well-being of the people. Apart from this category of interest, there are also what are described as secondary and millennial interests, referring to those interests which may be valuable but at times may not be too critical to the country's well-being. However, from the above, states such as Nigeria that are well endowed with population, size, enormous natural resources, are tied in a perennial struggle to translate its feasibility into influence, transit, ascribe status to actual power, and bridge the gap between promise and manifestation. Hence, Nigeria has struggled since the turn of democracy, of electoral democracy in May 1999, to duplicate its relatively assertive and activist or radical foreign policies of the 1970s and 80s, as well as its peace restoration efforts as witnessed in the Mano River Union, especially in Liberia and Sierra Leone, as mentioned by the DG earlier. But with these challenges, many factors could be linked to this issue. We had a chaotic post-1999 domestic political economy. It became worsened since 2009 by the Boko Haram Islamist or terrorist groups' activities in the country's northeast region. Again, a docile, self-centered, and very unconcerned ruling elite, coupled with Nigeria's vast national question, and seemingly weak and not ready, or in most cases not prepared ruling class that we have witnessed since 1999, and who have done little or they could not even show anything than grandstanding to realize the goals, especially at the sub-regional, regional, and global levels. Apart from this, many scholars have argued that due to the above, Nigeria has lost its allure globally and has lost its preeminence even in Africa to South Africa, which is also seen as other giants. And even Nigeria may be the pace setter of ECOWAS, but at this level of influence, Nigeria is still engaged or seen as a contested player within the international community, especially in Africa. So as Nigeria commemorates 24 years of electoral democracy in the Fourth Republic, it is imperative to review and assess Nigeria's foreign policy challenges since 1999 till date, thereby charting a robust and effective foreign policy direction for the new administration under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The paper is divided into 6 sections. The introduction, Nigeria's foreign policy objectives and orientations, Nigeria's foreign policy doctrines, Nigeria's foreign policy traditions, which is anchored on multilateralism, then Nigeria's foreign policy challenges since 1999, and it concludes. So I move quickly to the orientations, objectives, and orientations. Nigeria at independence was quintessentially an underdeveloped country with a subsistent economy, embryonic public service, and a largely unskilled labor force. The population was slightly still poor and illiterate, and the leaders were untested. And we have the political system was not too organized. And at the same time, we were still dependent even on the colonials at that period, with the British Queen as the head of state until October 1963. So in the first 3 years of Nigeria's independence, Nigeria's foreign policy was constrained by the lingering attachment to the apron strings of our former colonial master. Nonetheless, Nigeria has had the elements of foreign policy, a dedicated ministry, embassies in select capitals, and a corps of very great diplomats who were drafted from the domestic civil service as the pioneering corps of the 12 diplomats, and they had a clear policy orientation. The first Prime Minister, Alhaji Tafawa Balewa, articulated the guiding principles of Nigeria's foreign policy at the General Assembly of the United Nations on the occasion of Nigeria's admission to the United Nations as the 99th member of the organization in 1960. I highlighted some of the principles that the defense and promotion of Nigeria's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and national independence, the creation of necessary economic and political conditions to secure the government and national independence even of other African countries, and their total liberation from imperialism and all forms of foreign domination. Creation of necessary economic and political conditions to secure social and cultural development of Africa, and the promotion of the rights of black and oppressed people throughout the world, among others. These are the elements of national interest on which our foreign policy had been grounded in the past 63 years. And in spite of the changes in regimes, the vagaries of domestic politics, and the unpredictable nature of the international system have dictated the outlook of Nigeria's foreign policy. While some of these elements of the guiding principles enunciated by Balewa, that is the commitment to the total liberation of Africa and non-partnership in East-West disputes, have been overtaken by time and history, these principles remain the essential driving force of Nigeria's foreign policy. In spite of apparent differences of style and doctrinal pronunciations, there have been only one significant shift in Nigeria's foreign policy orientation. There was the change from Balewa's manifestly pro-Western foreign policy to Gowon's pragmatic shift to a more inclusive engagement with the world in response to the exigencies of the Nigerian Civil War between 1967 and 1970. This laid the foundation for Murtala regime's robust engagement in the politics of apartheid and liberation. His Africa and as come-of-age speech signaled Nigeria's intention to pursue independent foreign policy engineered by Nigeria's national interest. Other regimes since then have not deviated from this commitment to Nigeria's sovereignty and our rights to independent action in the international system. I also discussed foreign policy doctrines, which I may not try to buzz down, but at least within that foreign policy with myriad challenges, which over the years have delivered its expected performance and outlook. The implication of the persistence of this ugly development is that Nigeria as an actor among other state actors in the international system will hardly adequately position itself in the emerging global and continental order. He gave several recommendations, which also says that one of it is to imperatively Nigeria's foreign policy should be urgently reviewed seriously. We have participated, the NIA has participated in the last 2 years in different reviews, meetings, and repackaging of the Nigeria's foreign policy, particularly rethinking the Afrocentric nature of Nigeria's foreign policy to becoming, say, Nigeria-centric in contexts whereby we have institutions, we have machinery for diplomatic engagement. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to step down. Mr. Kunawari can step down, please. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, sir. BD, are you going downstairs? Yes, sir.
We recognize, however, sir, the crushing program of campaigning you have to endure in the public. The mass public to whom you devoted your campaigns and from whom you got most of your votes neither knows much or cares much about foreign policy matters. The attentive public, who by virtue of being educated are more likely to be concerned with domestic issues and the one, like the tempestuous diversity politics of the 23 general elections, the profile debate on ethnicity, religion, and so on of presidential candidates, rather than on foreign issues. Why the interested public of specialized academics, diplomats, entrepreneurs, investors, bankers, generals, and even pastors and general overseers is not large enough in numbers to swing any elections, and oftentimes do not bother to vote. You are right, sir, in focusing on the mass and attentive public in your campaign with an articulation of party manifesto. Frankly, the interested public was surplus to requirement. If I may be allowed to use the common Yoruba balance, what you and your candidates did, other candidates presented and did, was not to waste your time on what is called a portfolio. And those of you who are old enough to know about Shina Peters popularized that program. And that was that portfolio, and Okumila, Lano, Shina, now, on the way to draw. That is, you are not going to waste your time on academics and professors and ambassadors who program and not vote. Then their numbers are not sufficient to make any difference. Now, the elections are over, sir. And paradoxically, while foreign policy issues may not have mattered in the campaigns, they cannot now be ignored in governance. Our economy, our debts, our military capability, our security, our education, our infrastructure, physical and social, and even our religions are all foreign policy dependent. Most of the things we use in this parasitic consumer economy come from abroad. Our security is strengthened by foreign actors, with foreign sponsors and foreign weapons. And of course, our naira is dominated in the US dollar. When the dollar sneezes, the naira catches cold, and these days it is pneumonia that it has come. Sir, now that you are our president, and we are not sure of your foreign policy agenda, we, and I mean some of us in the interested public, of which the NIA is a significant player, are duty bound to be keen and unknowing and helping to shape your foreign policy roadmap. Mr. President, the Sahel, which is the subject of this memo, has been Nigeria's nemesis in the last 2 decades or more. It has been our most vicious and battles. It is doubtful whether anyone knows precisely how many lives have been lost to the violence emanating from that region. How many billions of naira and dollars which should have been spent on national development have been spent or stolen. What quantum of resources and productive wealth have been lost to abandoned farms and investment flights, and how many lives have been destroyed and irreversibly disrupted through forced displacement and migration. Sadly, the situation in the Sahel is not getting better. Our own war with Boko Haram, or what is now calls itself ASWA, has taken the form of seasonal waves. And in spite of all the propaganda in the last few years that Boko Haram has been degraded, defeated, dismantled, dissipated, blah, 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 but I won't say blah, blah, blah in the name of the president. The terrorist group seem to be still kicking and fighting. The two main terrorist groups in the Sahel, the Islamist State of the Greater Sahara, SSGS, and Jabal Nasrat al-Islam, Ali Katiba, which is an affiliate of Al-Qaeda, as well as Ansar Islam, and the Islamic State of West Africa, to which Boko Haram is affiliated, have continued to grow in capacity and strength. Terrorist operations in Mali, which has been the center of jihadist activities in the Sahel, are spilling over to Burkina Faso's northern. Niger is beginning to witness serious terrorist attacks in its western borders with Mali. Chad suffers from the double jeopardy of terrorist attacks in the north, from the front for change and purpose in China first. And that one of those attacks went through the life of Idris Deby, the former president. And in the south, it suffers attacks from Boko Haram. Cameroon is contending with Boko Haram in its northwest region, while Nigeria's northeast has been the theater of war with the same group for as long as anyone can remember. Ivory Coast, Benin Republic, and Ivory Coast and Benin Republic, in their northern fringes, are beginning to witness a flow of terrorism, with terrorists using them as sanctuaries. So, West Africa is gradually being encircled and suffocated by extremism and terrorism. Your predecessor, General Buhari, famously told us that if we don't kill corruption, corruption will kill us. This is not true of terrorism. If it is not confronted with a coherent, determined, and restless and relentless strategy, extremism will overrun the region. From the results so far, the counter-insurgency strategies of the countries in the region seem to be ineffective or inappropriate. After initial individual national efforts to fight terrorism, these countries have now adopted a multilateral approach. Nigeria, Chad, Cameroon, Benin, and Niger opted for this approach when they rejuvenated the multinational joint task force, which was established as far back as 1994. In fact, Nigeria, Sani Abacha, they rejuvenated it in 2015 and relocated its command headquarters to N'Djamena, Chad, after the development of 2015, when its initial headquarters in Bada, Nigeria, was overrun by Boko Haram terrorists. It will appear that the force is now helping to stabilize the security of member states. The core Sahel states of Burkina Faso, Chad, Mali, Mauritania, and Niger, which call themselves the Sahel G5, initially put their faith in France and other Western powers to halt the advance of terrorism on their territories. While these external interventions were helpful in stabilizing security, particularly in saving the capital of Mali, Bamako, from being overrun by jihadists in 2013, the tide of terrorist activities have not abated. It has not abated. Hence, the country decided to set up a joint counter-insurgency force, what they call the Sahel G5 Joint Force in 2017. It is not known yet whether that force has made any significant contribution to the war against terrorism. Indeed, because security forces in the G5 countries are only equipped and lack the operational capacity to effectively confront terrorists, the joint force depends for logistic support from France and other EU countries. Sir, you will need to avail yourself of the purpose of the deployment, purpose, and operations of the various Western military missions in the Sahel. Almost every Western power is there. France has Operation Bakale and more recently Operation Sabre. The EU countries operate with Operation Takuba. The US has a sizable base in Niger with drones armed with air-fire missiles. It will be able to know whether their interest in the region is counter-terrorism or they are merely on guard duty to protect precious mineral deposits. And talking of guard duty, you may wish to keep an eye on the new entrant into the neo-colonial game, Russia, with our Wagner group. Given the record of mineral grab by this group in Syria, Central African Republic, Libya, and Western Mali, and the recent attempt to march on Moscow, allowing to spread the tentacles in the Sahel, will be like hiring hyenas to guide over chickens, or worse, like riding on the back of a tiger. It might interest you to know, sir, that ECOWAS has been a powerless spectator in the unending drama of instability and terrorism in the region. Apart from the small, but of course nonetheless, notable achievement of bullying Germany to respect the result of the presidential election in Gambia, it has not been able to exert any influence or impose any effective sanctions on the military regimes in Burkina Faso, Guinea, and Mali. It is of course well known that it has no active presence in the war against terrorism in the South Africa. With you as president, sir, of the organization for which I ask you to accept my congratulations, and your powerful and insightful acceptance speech, there's hope that ECOWAS will have a more vigorous presence in the politics and security management in the region. Your Excellency, I know that you are very aware of the security challenges in Sahel and indeed the whole of Africa, West Africa. This was evident in your acceptance speech as President of ECOWAS and President of it in Guinea-Bissau. You conveyed a determination to confront these challenges. Whatever I may say, therefore, in terms of suggestions, you only need to add or reinforce measures that you may already be contemplating. There is a need to understand the underlying factors of instability and insecurity in the region. They include geopoliticism, international jihadism, mineral resources scramble, debts and dependence, desertification, migration, and weaknesses of national and regional response capacities. You might want to expand and enhance cooperation with all Sahel area states in order to create a workable and effective security architecture. I advise that you try to work towards integrating the Sahel G5 joint force with the multinational task force for a mutual reinforcement of capacities that will incrementally lead to the establishment of an ECOWAS standby force, which may serve as a bulwark against terrorism and even session.
I'll go with you yes. So we'll have, thank you very much. That was very good. I think we'll call on Dr. Motola Ilesomi, the research fellow at the NIA, to speak on Nigeria's Afrocentric foreign policy and its relevance in a dynamic international system.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I quote, "The centerpiece of any country's foreign policy ought to be that country itself, if it seriously considers itself a rational actor on the world stage. Every single action should be adjudged by how much it advances our national power and influence, and how much it advances our interests, objectives, and purpose." That's according to Dr. Obadiah Maliafia, who is an economic and policy analyst. There's a picture I would have loved to show, but unfortunately my slides are not available. So by way of introduction, Nigeria's foreign policy over the years has been characterized by both continuity and change. Okay, thank you. The fundamental objectives of Nigerian foreign policy, as codified in Chapter 2, Section 19 of the 1999 Constitution amended, have remained fairly consistent since 1960. However, there have been variations in approach and style and personality of the leaders, specific priorities, and the exigencies of the domestic and international environment. However, a core aspect of Nigeria's foreign policy is the Afrocentric nature of Nigeria's foreign policy. This has remained unchanged, and it has been pursued by its successive administrations and leaders in Nigeria, both in the military and civilians. The perspective at independence was to ensure, or for the policy, was to ensure the eradication of colonialism, apartheid, and racial discrimination. And this has been significantly achieved with the independence of African states, but of course, except for Western Sahara that still have some issues, and then the eradication of apartheid in Africa. However, despite this eradication, successive Nigerian leaders have still adopted Africa as the centerpiece of Nigeria's foreign policies. And in implementing this policy thrust, leaders have expended huge amounts of human and material resources to drive this policy in Africa without any corresponding outcome. And so there's a whole lot of debates in the literature. Scholars and students of international relations and Nigeria's foreign policy, they have begun to argue, that Nigeria's Afrocentric policy lacks relevance and utility value, particularly at this time in the world. And that there's a connection between Nigeria's vital national interests and the Afrocentric foreign policy. The new administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has also, in line with past leaders, adopted the African centerpiece of Nigerian foreign policy. And this was clearly stated in his inaugural speech on May 29, 2023, where he enunciated the strategy for Nigeria's Afrocentric foreign policy. For him, Nigeria is to ensure peace and stability in West Africa and Africa, using multilateral platforms like ECOWAS, Africa Union, and other platforms. And that Nigeria will provide the leadership in achieving economic prosperity for Africa through a proactive foreign policy. So the question that begs answers are some of this. So the issue here is that how relevant is this African-centered policy for Nigeria's foreign policy, considering the contemporary global realities that the world is right now? I also want to find out to what extent does this African-centered foreign policy advance the core interests of Nigeria and Nigeria's economic development, as well as the well-being of Nigerian citizens. Now, does Nigeria possess the credentials, the economic clout, and muscles in Africa and in fact in the world to effectively pursue this age-long Afrocentric foreign policy? These are some of the questions that this paper seeks to answer. And so this study contributes to this debate. There's a raging debate in the literature. And so my paper contributes to that debate on the relevance and the benefits of Nigeria African-centered foreign policy. I provide some conceptual and theoretical perspectives. Most speakers have already provided definitions of foreign policy, but I'll just say that foreign policy essentially is a guide for nations. Also provides a conceptual understanding for Afrocentrism as a concept, and it refers to a political construct which Nigeria over the years has adopted as a core aspect of its foreign policy. For this study, I adopt the constructive and beneficial concentrism model by Olu Adeniji. This theory is actually an improvement on the concentric circle theory by Ibrahim Gambari, and essentially it focuses on the centrality of Nigeria's interests and Nigerian citizens, the interests of Nigerian citizens. It builds on the four concentric circle theory of Ibrahim Gambari to say that there's a need for Nigeria to accrue some benefits from Nigeria's engagements in the world. And the Nigerian citizens should also be at the core of the benefits of Nigeria's external engagements. And so the focus of this theory is the Nigerian people and the Nigerian state. So I provide an overview of Nigeria's Afrocentric foreign policy. The policy prioritizes the interests and the solidarity of Africa and the people of Africa. And it was declared, it was declared by former Prime Minister, Nigeria's Prime Minister, Tafawa Balewa, when Nigeria was admitted as the 99th member to the UN in October 1960, where in his speech he had said and declared that Africa, categorically clear, that Africa is the centerpiece of Nigeria's foreign policy. And over the years since independence, successive administrations have demonstrated or implemented this foreign policy thrust through aggressive campaigns against colonialism, racial discrimination, apartheid, conflict resolution in Africa, peace support operations. Nigeria has been actively involved in peace support operations in different parts of Africa. Nigeria has also given aid and financial assistance to African countries. And so Nigeria has effectively, followed through with this African-centered foreign policy for Nigeria. See here, I try to look at the factors that actually, what were the factors that led to Nigeria adopting this African-centeredness? Countries of the world adopt foreign policies that try to achieve their vital national interests. However, for Nigeria, we adopted a foreign policy that sought to prioritize the interests of Africa and African citizens. And so Nigeria's, like the DG was saying, leaders at independence, Nigerian leaders at independence, perceived of Nigeria as having leadership, natural leadership roles. Of course, based on the fact that Nigeria is the most populous black nation, we have a huge population as well as human and mineral resources. And so Nigerian leaders came up with different metaphors to regard this. So we talked about historic mission, Nigeria's manifest destiny. Bolaji Akinyemi talks about the mega syndrome, and Nigeria is naturally inclined to lead Africa. Another factor that led to the adoption of this policy at independence is the fact that Nigerian leaders at that time had thought that the policy would enhance Nigeria's hegemonic aspirations and role in Africa. And so they felt that would be a platform through which Nigeria can achieve her hegemonic aspirations and ambitions in Africa. Also, at that time, the global and regional context of the late 20th century, of the 1960s, 1970s, where you had colonialism, countries were coming out of, were fighting colonialism and getting independence. There was racial discrimination, issues of Pan-Africanism that led to the civil rights movements, and apartheid were some of the issues that encouraged Nigerian leaders at that time to begin to fight and take up the cause of Africa, as in their foreign policy. Also, the naivety of the leaders at that time is also another factor that has been raised by scholars, because Nigeria at that time was a country, a newly independent country, just was getting independence, and so our leaders at that time were a bit unskilled in foreign policy articulation, and they also had this idealism in their minds that Nigeria was to be at the forefront and be the voice for Africa. And so these are some of the factors that led to Nigeria adopting an African-centered foreign policy. However, like I said, there's a raging debate in the literature by scholars and students of international relations and Nigerian foreign policy that have argued against the relevance of this policy in the world, in this current global system. They have argued that there's a declining utility, that policy actually lacks utility in these times that we are in. And they have also said that current political and ideological climate that we currently have now in Africa differs significantly from what's obtained in the 1960s at independence, the war against apartheid and all that. But now, all that has been eradicated. Like I said, the political and ideological climates between what happened at that time and now differs. And so scholars argue that is there now a need to pursue this African-centered foreign policy? And of course, at this time, you have issues more of global issues that bestrides national borders, issues of pandemics, human trafficking, drug trafficking, geopolitical rivalry, financial crisis, health challenges. These are some of the issues that are preponderant and predominant at this time. Another factor that has been raised, to support the declining utility and relevance of this Nigeria's Afrocentric foreign policy is the fact that scholars have argued that in spite of the massive investments that Nigeria puts in material and human resources to fight against colonialism on the continent, no economic benefits actually accrued to Nigeria. I mean, I'm sure we all know what Nigeria did with ECOMOG in Southern Africa, with the eradication of colonialism and even apartheid. In terms of human and material resources, Nigerians lost their lives, in fighting in Sierra Leone and Liberia. And these scholars have argued that there has not been any economic benefits to the country. So why do we pursue the interest of Africa? Why and leave Nigeria's interest instead of African interest? Another point is the fact that even for the Nigerian citizens, there has been no benefit. On the other hand, Nigerians have been killed, they have been attacked and killed across Africa. The DG had talked about xenophobia. Nigerians, they face hostility on Africa. You would have expected that with so many things that Nigeria did, but Nigerian citizens, wherever they may be, will have friendly relations, they'll be whatever African country they are in. But most times, there's a lot of hostility against Nigerians. They are attacked and killed. Even in Ghana, there were Nigerian traders in Ghana recently had taxes imposed on them, inappropriate taxes. Nigerians have been killed in Burkina Faso and in Guinea and several parts of Africa. And so scholars have argued that why would Nigeria hold on to this African Afrocentrism foreign policy when even your people are being attacked in other parts of Africa? And so it should be discarded. They argue that the foreign policy thrust should be discarded. In the same vein, in spite of, scholars have also said that in spite of the huge investments in financial aid and assistance to African countries have not reciprocated. And instead of supporting Nigeria in multilateral fora for positions, they have been hostile and opposed to Nigeria in lobbying for some positions. At the same time, prevailing economic and socioeconomic domestic context, like with the weak economy, insecurity, declining revenue for Nigerians, multi-dimensional poverty, there's a lot of hardship. And in addition to that is the issues of terrorism, insecurity. There's a whole lot of issues. There's a plethora of challenges that is confronting Nigeria. So why would we leave all that and now decide that we'll take Africa's interests as our own interest? And these domestic challenges have actually limited Nigeria's capacity to fulfill its leadership and development aspirations. And according to a host guy, he called it a crippled giant. So Nigeria is referred to, is a giant but it's crippled. But I go ahead to say that Nigeria is not just a crippled giant at this time. Nigeria is a bedridden giant. A crippled giant can still try. But Nigeria has become bedridden. And so there's a need to get Nigeria back on its feet. Of course, Adebayo calls Nigeria the Gulliver, African's Gulliver, who the Lilliputans have tied him down. And so there's a need to focus on domestic challenges before Nigeria begins to say that, oh, we're adopting an Afrocentric foreign policy, meanwhile your own domestic challenges are overwhelming. And I conclude by saying that the policy has not effectively benefited Nigeria and its citizens over the years. And so there's a need to review these policies, to adapt the dynamic international system. Nigeria has a battered economy, and this limits our potential to engage externally. So there's a contemporary, regional, and global realities, therefore demand a Nigerian-focused, Nigerian-centered philosophy, Nigerian-centered African foreign policy, I beg your pardon. I recommend, my thesis in this paper is that Nigeria should have a Nigeria-centric, we should have a Nigeria-centric foreign policy, one that is inward-looking, and that has Nigeria as the foreign policy thrust. A domestic-first bias. The bias should be domestic first before, external. And then these domestic challenges should be effectively addressed. Knowing fully well that foreign policy is fertilized by the domestic environment. And so if your domestic environment is in shambles, what do you have to give? You can't give what you don't have. So Nigerian foreign policy in this new dispensation of the new president should be premised on transforming Nigeria into an economic and industrial hub in Africa, in addition to the protection of Nigeria's vital national interests and the citizens' well-being, both in Nigeria and abroad, is very crucial. And so while we encourage Nigeria's engagement in Africa in order to develop the region, I argue that Nigeria should seek first its economic development, after which every other thing shall be added onto her. Thank you.
Nigerian. Yes, I am a Nigerian, and very much in the heart of Nigeria from Plateau State. Since morning, we have actually listened to a lot of presentations, beginning from the welcome address by the DG all the way to the last presenter. And you agree with me that to a very large extent, the initial presenters have actually set the tone and made my work very, very easy to a very large extent. And particularly when these preliminary remarks were given, the goodwill messages were being given by the high commissioners and ambassadors, they all made references to relationships, friendship between Nigeria and their respective countries. And every now and then we actually hear about relationship between Nigeria with countries, with respective organizations. The question is, who exactly are our friends? So the title of my paper is actually, Who Are Our Friends? Domestic Challenges and Nigeria's External Relations. The outline of the presentation is, please move, is as shown on the screen. Next slide, please. Next slide. The main objective of this presentation is actually to assess the extent to which our so-called friends actually come to our aid, either in terms of providing us with assistance or towards surmounting some of the pressing domestic challenges we have had in the country, such as this terrorism insurgency. Do they just actually make statements supporting what Nigeria is doing, or do they really indeed actually support our efforts? Let me begin by with this statement from the late Ambassador Adefuye, then Ambassador to the United States. He said, "A friend in need is a friend indeed," and that the true test of friendship is in times of adversity. And this adversity we are talking about is in context. When you are in trouble, when you have problems, when you are faced with challenges, with crises, are your friends truly there for you? If they are there for you, then you can really say that they are what? Your friends. Are they the types of friends who will simply issue statements, saying the country is unstable, their citizens should watch out and maybe pack their load and go, or not to come to that country until the crisis passes away before they come down? Who exactly are your friends? So friendship between states, to a very large extent, implies a certain degree of trust as well as, commitment to support one another in times of need. It is true that countries often refer to themselves as friends. They refer to their relationships as very cordial, as very warm, etc. To a very large extent, when some of them even tag the relationship as very special and maybe strategic form of partnership. However, the question is, when there are adversities, like domestic crises, like the security challenges we are currently experiencing, to what extent do these countries really come to your aid? It is no longer news that Nigeria has actually been faced with a lot of domestic challenges. The first set of papers actually alluded to this, both to the presentation on the Sahel, as well as even the last presenter who spoke on, the second presenter who spoke on the domestic challenges to Nigeria's foreign policy, spoke to a very large extent on these challenges. The question is, Nigeria, yes, to a very large extent, plays its actual meaningful role internally in terms of trying to find solutions to its own domestic problems. However, no country on the world can actually solve its own problem on its own. Nigeria do expect from the other countries some form of support and assistance as well. Are they there for Nigeria when Nigeria actually needs them? All the other presenters have actually pointed out that Nigeria has established relations with different countries, with different organizations, both within and beyond Africa. Now, even those organizations, are they there for Nigeria when Nigeria needs them most? The big question, who are our friends? I think to a very large extent, as we proceed in the paper, some of these answers will actually come to the fore. But before we do that, let me make this very clear. The central thesis of this paper is this, that the application and the usage of the term friendship without proper dissecting its content, its context, as well as practical applicability, can be very misleading. I can say everybody in this room is my friend, but sometimes when faced with adversity, can I count on anybody to stand by me? Or is it the usual niceties that you invite everybody to a party and they actually attend, smile at each other? Are they really there for you? We now move to conceptualizing the notion of friendship in international relations. The question we ask here is that, can states be friends similar to the way we think about friendship between individuals? A lot of questions have been thrown up. Scholars have debated this notion, this term, extensively. Somehow they view that friendship is the opposite of conflict. Now, even the core theoretical positions in international relations, the realists, the idealists, have their understanding of what friendship should actually be, what the roles of states should be in international relations. However, no other person than Aristotle provided us with a clear definition of what he thinks friendship should actually connote. And in recent times, we have seen even Nigeria lending support to Russia as well. Recently, even when other countries declared Russia as the aggressor, you find out that Nigeria was among the countries, the 21 African countries that abstained from voting to suspend Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. Of course, the case was different when it actually came to different other issues. We need to ask ourselves, is it China? Our relationship with China covers different areas. The Chinese ambassador here, she actually spoke about that dimension. Yes, China has actually provided a lot of development assistance and in different areas. There is also the willingness of China to also support Nigeria in terms of selling, defense equipment, etc. A lot of records are, we have a lot of records on that. However, again, in times of adversity, during the COVID period, when a lot of people could not fly, could not go anywhere, we saw another face of China. When, to a very large extent, Nigerians and other Africans were being thrown out of their houses and they could not go anywhere. It almost resulted in the diplomatic row between Nigeria and China. Is China the strategic friend for Nigeria? Our immediate neighbors, are they the true friends? Are they our best friends? This is another question we need to ask ourselves. Our relationship with them has been less than cordial. The hand of France in everything they do, tells us a lot. It took the intervention of France for there to be a summit on the Sahel region in Rome. So these are questions that actually beg for answers. Why are they even there in the first place? What is the interest in the particular region? The presentation by Professor Dubajo concerning the Sahel, the issue of oil in the Lake Chad Basin has been actually, we play around it, but nobody wants to hit the nail on the head. Chinese are already tapping part of the oil. And mind you, anything you are tapping is just like borehole water. They said you borehole here, you borehole here. The person who is tapping the water should actually, the first person tapping the water is already draining the other area. And so you don't expect the level of the oil to actually remain the same. So there are lots of interests there. Our relationship with ECOWAS as well as African Union members. Yes, Nigeria has actually played meaningful roles in different facets in the African Union as well as in the ECOWAS. Does that endear us and make us loved among these countries? I think we can answer that question to a very large extent. There is this envy, there is always this fear, perception that Nigeria is domineering to a very large extent. I think this is actually a point that the Tinubu administration needs to take. Are there prospects of good relationship in terms of friendship? Yes, there are. Literature has shown that where countries actually work together, they could actually achieve good benefits. Literature points us to the working relationship between Thabo Mbeki and Obasanjo, which led to the development of the new Partnership for African Development. Despite the challenges we have with South Africa, but that partnership actually yielded results. So it means that where such friendships are developed, it can, between political leaders, it can yield benefits for the countries. The opposite can also be the case. Where those close relationships that were there before collapses, it can also affect the countries. In conclusion, we sought answers to the question, who are our friends in the context of the contemporary security challenges we are facing? Is it the old partners or the traditional partners or the emerging powers? I think this is a big question for all of us to answer. Again, I return to the statement by Professor Adefuye. A friend indeed is a friend. A friend in need is a friend indeed. The true test of friendship is in times of adversity. So there is need for the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to pay very careful attention to the various ways he will create close bonds and how he works across boundaries with different countries towards addressing the domestic challenges in Nigeria. This point cannot be overemphasized. And attention.
Identity and language, they're very interesting. And my initial statement about the visit to the governor in Akwa Ibom State is just to illustrate the ambiguity of language. I remember when I was reappointed a member of the National Electoral Commission in 1992. All the papers in the Eastern Adi Eleshinedu. So when I made that point, it is not to be kind of, just to say, but it's simply that language is interesting in terms of how you hear it, how it sounds, and that kind. It's not meant to say some are better than the others, or some are strangers or are not strangers. It's simply that. So, and my friends today, only another say, still come, Adi Eleshinedu, and I say yes. But anyway, so we have His Excellency Adire Najibewa online now, and it's my pleasure to invite him. He's a very good friend, and he's a seasoned diplomat also. So, Remy, let me just make a few comments that I've written down in terms of, I'm not going to comment on any of the papers, but I just want to make some observations regarding how we do these things. I think it's usually more effective if we don't have a main presenter and we have a series of speakers. I think it's important, and I think that was what Professor Okibambe tried to speak to. Just lay down just the main points you want to make. We can never be settled. And when we are in the social sciences, we deal with what are called contested concepts. So we are not just going to resolve those between ourselves. And what does this mean? This is the way.
And let me also recognize the DG of these vital institutions that has played very, very important role in shaping Nigerian foreign policy.
I used to identify you, just please identify.
Okay. My name is Gani Lawal. I'm an ambassador and the chairman of the Nigerian Foreign Policy Practitioners Association of Nigeria. My observation is by way of when you are holding a meeting, somebody say point of correction. First, the Nigerian foreign policy, to we researchers, there's no question about it. We are all agreeable. We are on the same page. But when it comes to practitioners and in dealing with politicians, you will find that it's a different ball altogether.
During the electioneering period here, our association organized a conference of political parties to come and meet the diplomatic world instead of going to Chatham House. None of them showed up. Just like you said earlier, that all what you are saying is Tureshi because that does not give them any vote. But the fact remains that they need to be grounded in the principles and practice of foreign policy. Somebody said it's because of the naivety of the practitioners of Nigerian foreign policy that was responsible for saying that the centerpiece of Nigerian policy is Africa. That is not totally true. The foreign policy of Nigeria was actually enunciated on October 7, 1960 by our first Prime Minister. And since then, what we have are variants of what the Prime Minister said that he enunciated about the 11 points, which has now been reduced to the 4 concentric circles. You know, thanks to Professor Gambari and the NIE itself. You know, and that will continue to be the guiding principle. So this idea of let's go it alone, it doesn't work. Nigeria is in Africa. Whatever Nigeria is doing is in Africa. Therefore, Nigeria must take into consideration Africa in whatever we want to do. Last month, we were in Uyo to discuss about reframing the Nigerian foreign policy in ECOWAS. After we have said all and done, we all forgot that Nigeria is surrounded by France. In that case, whatever Nigeria wants to do in ECOWAS, you must factor into it what is the feeling in Paris. And as such, I advocated that the Nigerian permanent representative in ECOWAS must work in tandem with Nigerian ambassador in Paris. They must exchange notes every now and then, because it's only when you know what the feeling is in Paris that we can actually successfully prosecute whatever we want to do in Africa. Now, let me go to the issue of xenophobia, which Prof spoke about. In my discussion with Shiva Ayaku, we discovered that the Nigerian story in relation to apartheid was not adequately told, both in Nigeria and in South Africa. A lot of people, actors now on the stage in South Africa do not know what Nigeria did. We remember that we also contributed our salary because we wanted we wanted South Africa to be free. So that is one thing we must go back again to do by directing our research, into telling the story of Nigeria in such a way that it will be clearer to everyone what Nigeria did. Then the second one, xenophobia is a general problem. It's not directed against Nigeria alone. It was explained that people who have been under domination of other superior power for a very long time will definitely resist the new leader coming to take over from where the old leader had gone. So this is what the South Africans are resisting. That okay, the white men, they have left, so you are now coming to take over again. We are not going to serve them and serve you again. So it's not against Nigeria alone. It's also against people even from South Africa. So that is what they are resisting. And as such, one of the recommendations made then was that Nigerians are always too loud wherever we find ourselves. That we should always moderate, our activities wherever we find ourselves. So, and when it comes to recommending positions to politicians, I want to suggest that we should do less of academic input. We should come to their level so that they can understand what we are saying. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for that speech. I think you asked a question, because Nigeria are friends, or who are our friends? I come to realize, based on what I've learned so far, that in the international affairs, in the international system, there is no friendship, there is no permanent friend, permanent enemy. Everybody is just pursuing their own national interests. And Nigeria, for one, has no friends. US mentioned that China was a strategic partner, but that was since 1972, displacing Taiwan to the side. But what was months later in 2017, they declared the same strategic partner became a strategic competitor, which shows that US was just in the office to achieve certain ends. China rather was in the office to achieve certain ends, and when they were done with that, they displaced them. Today now they are fighting, they are confronting each other. Russia built the last steel for Nigeria. Until today, it is not functional. These people that are our friends, but along the line, they are not there for us. Quite a number of countries, even France, I don't know if I'm correct, but more than anything else, I really wish and expected that people from the presidency will be here today to listen to the presentation being made. Because this is the only place, as far as I'm concerned, that can chart a course, a direction for Nigeria. And it is from this kind of presentation that we can have a robust engagement that will chart a way forward for us. Nigeria really has lots of things to do. I, for one, at some point, I faulted Afrocentrism. Africa as a terms of Nigeria's foreign policy. But later I had a rethink, and I've come to understand that Africa being the center of Nigeria's foreign policy is not a challenge we have. Indeed, nothing else can be better than that kind of policy statement. Africa must be the centerpiece of Nigeria's foreign policy. But how do we go about achieving that goal? We first need to sit down and have a direction for Nigeria. China sat down and planned themselves out. Today they can rival America. And that is a fear America is having, why they call them strategic competitors today. Because projection has been on that by 2028, given the tempo at which China was accelerating, a time will come when they will displace America economically. And if this happens, they will also go to the level of the military aspects, and before you know it, US will be exited from the scene. America would never want that to happen, and that's why they became enemies today. COVID-19, China was indicted by many reports. Of course, that is gone now. That is by the way. But what I'm trying to explain here is that Nigeria needs to sit down. Let's have a projection. Let's be forward-looking. It is not just today. We must not just define our foreign policy just about today's events alone. What is happening in Africa, in Nigeria alone today? Let us project forward. What do we want for Nigeria in the next 5 years, 10 years? How do we achieve these goals? Please, thank you very much, sir. I will do that in a minute. My own take is that Nigeria needs to plan themselves out. Let's engage these robust minds we have today. We should not be deterred by who comes to power and who doesn't. If Nigeria is able to establish an institution that is independent on its own, that can give direction to policy makers, I think we will have the whole of Africa at our beck and call. Not in the level of an asymmetric relationship, but symmetric relationship where everyone will grow together and nobody will begin to take us like how do I call it, praise on which to be on. Thank you very much.
2 months ago, I was the executive secretary mentioned that I was a Miss Baba. Yes, I was a Miss Baba as a Shaggy Buffet. I was not the ambassador then. I have to do that right. I have listened attentively to all the papers presented. And each presenter had something to add. Because as a practitioner, both at headquarters and in the field, what I have come to realize that really, and as we all know, most of us in international relations, your foreign policies are dynamic as look after your citizens the way they should be looked after. You cannot be a big man outside. Nobody will take you seriously. At that time, when we were able to do a lot of things in Southern Africa, it was because we were strong. They respected us. I was in England when they introduced the visa. Before then, any Nigerian can take. If I used to tease that when we went to meet people arriving on Nigeria Airways or British Airways, on that time they say at British Caledonia, when they arrived, they just take their bag and they land in London. They didn't have to take visa. I happened to be working in the High Commission in London when they called us to say they were going to impose visa on Nigeria. And why? I think after SAP, things became a bit difficult, and when the British realized that they had to look after all those British workers, all those Nigerians who are apparently themselves as British citizens, but were actually just bringing money from Nigeria and spending it. They didn't mind. The day they started coming to claim the advantages or whatever, I don't know what to call it, the rights and privileges of British citizens, they started questioning how genuine is citizen are you. The crux of what I'm trying to say is that look, we can only be strong when we have a strong economy, when our people are doing well, when we are not a liability to anyone. The Americans, not the Chinese, are coming and they are more or less imposing everything on everybody. We are tolerating them because they are stronger than we are. If they are also as strong, even within our sphere of influence in Africa, they will respect us. But when you go there and you are not respected, you cannot influence anything. And that's just the bottom line. As far as friendship is concerned, in the diplomatic circle they said you have permanent interests and not permanent friends. Somebody is your friend today because of what they can take from you, because of the advantages. If you allow them to be smarter than yourself and to take everything, that is your problem. You should also protect your own interests and know that in whatever agreement or deals or economic cooperation you have with anybody, you protect your interests of your country, the interests of your citizens, not necessarily your personal interests. But that's also what is wrong with Africa. They protect their personal interests. Houses in Côte d'Azur and the rest of it at the expense of their countries. And that is why these people, they are so used to having their way with our leaders. I don't want to say they are all like that, but mostly. That's why they feel the Nigerian administration, I don't know exactly how it was phrased, I want to be properly quoted. Way forward, Nigeria's foreign policy, under President Buhari. The first person to talk, I don't know which of them, said during the campaign, there was no clear-cut foreign policy for discussion. Ambassador Gani had just said that they invited people, they didn't come. They all went to Chatham House, so they're going to do. What is the foreign policy of the APC? We don't know it. So what are you presenting, what are you preparing? When I heard that President Bola Tinubu has been appointed, elected, or I don't know, elected, chairman of ECOWAS, I said, what is he going to implement? After becoming, he doesn't know how the foreign minister yet. Is it after appointment that you now start to craft what is going to implement as the chairman of ECOWAS, or he's going to implement what has been prepared by people he doesn't even know anything about? I mean, these are issues. To get things right, do things at the proper time. Make use of people who have an idea And let our politicians or those in charge really learn to appreciate the knowledge they have in their citizens and listen. The fact that I'm not in your party and I happen to be in this field doesn't mean that I don't have your interest to succeed. You must be able to decide or to choose people who really have the interest of their country at heart. Not necessarily you did for 1 year or 2 years or 3 years and then everything went back. We have seen it happen before and we cannot continue like this. That's why everywhere you go, even Dubai now, you have to get passport. Even Togo very soon will say you can't come in, even though ECOWAS is supposed to have every moment of it. No, these are issues really that at the level of the institute, since that's also their core mandate, they must see it the way it is. In foreign affairs, we will try them, we'll also tell them, they should also try, and not just dance to the gallery because they want Oga to hear this, and they will just be saying, okay, whatever. They should be able to, you don't say it and die there, and if you leave, and so what, it's not the end of the world. So those are my views about what we're doing. If you have any friends, let them know what is their policy. And you can then critique it, advise. But when you don't even know what they want to achieve, and they're not listening to you, so what are you going to do? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Not only for police, we're shaping foreign policy. And all of us have to speak if and when it's shifting to power.
That's the bottom line. I think we should take that. I like what the young man said. I mean, I've forgotten about it. I think but this is what we've been saying all along. The problem is what is to be done. The problem is what is to be done. And it seems to us that that is the real sticking point in terms of what we need to do. And I think we have to have a way of re-engaging our politicians, our political class, and telling them that, look, enough is enough. We need to move ahead, and we can find a way to do that. And I think once they see that that is happening, they themselves will retrace their steps and listen to us. But we've more or less emptied the role, I mean the space for them. That is why they are doing what they are doing. And I think that's why I'm saying that maybe we should go back to that period in the NIA where you had this high-powered national conference where you talk to people. It's as if now that we don't matter. You know, they go on television. Governors who have sworn to uphold the Constitution, to unite us, they preach hate on television. And people give them space. And we don't take them up that what you are saying is wrong. I mean, we saw it plainly in the last election. And in the sense that the political party system is in complete disarray. It's as if now it's the people who have money who can say they are galvanizing from one place to the other. And that also has implications in terms of policy. You know, because if there is policy, that there is ideological focus on it, and that's why I say chapter 2 is that focus. But nobody is talking about that. What they are simply saying is this whole level of transactional politics. I'm in this party today, I'm in that party tomorrow. I oppose this man, he has come in, I start going to beg him. I say, if somebody becomes president, I'm going to leave the country. He becomes president, and you are making approaches to. I mean, so those are the kinds of things that I think we need another voice, and I think that voice can be provided by the NIA, working through intellectuals, retired but still very active ambassadors who have, fantastic knowledge. I would like to see provision here for an in-house ambassador to be on the research staff, getting involved. So I think that is the thing that we need, the message that I think is important. I think is Mr. Ambassador Ajibe on the line. Is it working? It's not working yet.
Enter his gates with thanksgiving and his courts with praise. Give thanks to him and praise his name. Psalm 100 verse 4. On Sunday, the 14th of July 2019, family members, friends and well-wishers gathered at the Cathedral Church of Christ, Marina, Lagos, to give thanks to God for the life of an outstanding media entrepreneur, the chairman, This Day newspaper and Arise Television, Prince Nduka Obagbene, as he clocked 60 years. The birthday Thanksgiving service, which coincided with the church launching of Harvest 2019, had people from different spheres of life in attendance. Guests included the Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, Executive Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Ekiti State, His Excellency Dr. Kayode Fayemi, the founder of First City Monument Bank, Otumba Shupmi Balogun, President of Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, founder, Silverbird Group, Senator Ben Maribros, Executive Director of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Segun Awolowo Jr., the Right Reverend Humphrey Bamishebi Olumakaye, among many other important personalities. The church service featured hymnal renditions. The Bishop of Osun North East of the Anglican Communion, the Right Reverend Akorede Okeyelu, in his sermon themed, "Let the name of the Lord be praised, both now and forevermore," pointed out that God created us to praise, worship, and glorify His holy name. While quoting different Bible verses, Reverend Okeyelu urged the congregation to always bless the Lord. He advised the congregation to give sacrifices of praise to God in faith, adding that God will surprise them.
We should understand the purpose why God created us. He created us to praise Him in more than our deeds. We have to frequently give Him praises every day on a daily basis. We all understand that to praise God is to bestow approval upon Him, to honor, to worship, and to glorify His holy name before His altar and before His people. We should know that no one is excluded from praising God. No one. When we worship, we acknowledge the presence of God. Praises the response of our worship back to our Creator. So by gathering together to praise the Lord, we are giving honor, majesty, and glorious back to Him. Thankfulness is that part of praise and respect to blessing given to us. Brethren, we are not only to be praising God, but we are to be rejoicing in Him every day, all the time. Many times we think praise is just something we do as a congregation on Sunday, but God commands it to be a daily part of our lives. In Philippians chapter 4 verse 1 said, "Rejoice in the Lord," and I say always do all, rejoice. When we think about worship and praise, we may only think about singing alone, but it is so much more than that. It is shouting, declaring, telling, bowing, clapping, and proclaiming the name of the Lord. It's only making Him known by praying and living in holy life and a life worthy of emulation.
Next was the intercessory prayer led by the Canon Residentiary, Reverend Canon Adekunle Ajado, after which there were blessings of fruits. This was followed immediately by the presentation of Thanksgiving offering by the Executive Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Next was the Thanksgiving session for the birthday boy, Prince Nduka Obaigbena, as he was joined by family members, friends and well-wishers who surrounded and danced with him, giving glory and honor to God for another wonderful year. The church service ended with a happy birthday song and series of photographs with the celebrant, Prince Nduka Obaigbena. The final phase of the Prince Nduka Obaigbena's 60th birthday ceremony will be at the Convention Center of the Eco Hotel and Suites, Victoria Island, Lagos, on Monday, the 15th of July 2019, where a night of music and concert will be held, which will feature top American music stars like Tony Braxton, All roads led to the palace of the Obi of Owa Kingdom in Delta State, Nigeria, for the funeral ceremony of an illustrious daughter, Princess Margaret Obaigbena, née Osifo. Before her demise, Princess Margaret Obaigbena, née Osifo, was the chief nursing officer of the defunct Bendel State government and special advisor to 3 Delta State governors, as well as a dame of the Anglican Church. A commendation service was held at St. John's Anglican Church, Agbo, on Friday, the 19th of August, 2022. The service was officiated by Right Reverend Ifeanyi Ekpesi, Bishop of the Diocese of Ika. He reiterated Mama's commitment to the works of God while she was alive and enjoined the children to live a life that glorifies God.
People of God, we have every reason to thank and to praise God. The children and grandchildren of Mama, you have an assignment to glorify God for the life that she leads, to praise God for the life that Mama leads, and to continue to praise Him. She was a woman that knew how to praise God and continue to praise Him. The scriptures talked about let everything that hath breath praise God. That was Mama's lifestyle. Praise God with whatever you have, with instruments, with your whole body, and with the blessings of God. That is Mama for you. She praised God with everything that she had. As I begin to round up, again I call on us to live a life that will give glory to God. That way, do not only praise God daily, but live a life that people will look at and glorify the name of the Lord. Today is Mama's turn. Tomorrow she will be led to rest. Next tomorrow is the turn of another. And on will stand before the Lord.
After his sermon, the church choir rendered the Hallelujah chorus. This was followed by a Thanksgiving session, prayers and the closing hymn, which brought the service to an end. After the service, Princess Margaret Obagbena's remains was moved out of the church in a colorful display by the LTJ funeral group, surrounded by family members, friends, and loved ones. The service of songs officiated by Right Reverend Godfrey Ifeanyi in honor of Princess Margaret Obagbena was held at the family compound. Some of the high-profile guests at the service were Governor Ifeanyi Okowa, Governor of Delta State and his family, Ibikunle Amosun, former Governor of Ogun State, Emeka Ihedioha, former Governor of Imo State, Mr. Jim Ovia, owner of Zenith Bank PLC, Senator Ben Obi, Alhaji Kashim Ibrahim Imam, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, Central Bank Governor, among so many others. Bible readings were taken mostly by the deceased family members. The first Bible reading was taken by Prince Ben Obagbena. The second Bible reading was taken by Reverend Sylvan Ndukwe from John chapter 1, verse 1 to 14. The third Bible reading was from Romans chapter 8, verse 31 to 39, by Mr. Richard Ukwa, first grandson of the deceased. After the Bible readings, the sermon, titled Serving Your Generation by the Will of God, was delivered by Venerable Justin Chibo Lumu. He read from the book of Acts chapter 13, verse 1 to 22, and laid emphasis on the impactful life that Mama Margaret Obagbena lived, which centered around serving God and humanity, making it clear that every man is programmed for a certain amount of service, hence the need to serve our generation by the will of God.
Mama Dame Margaret Obagbena said God's purpose is she served our generation as salt. She served our generation as light in the world. That is why we are here. All of us here. You are here in one way or the other. Mama affected your life. Mama touched your life. That is why you are here. You saw the light. You tasted the salt in her life. That is why we are here. Mama gave her time. She gave her love. She gave her resources. You heard when His Lordship was speaking at the commendation service today about Mama's passion for the work of God, for the things of God, for humanity, for the people of God. You know, she was not selfish with her love. She wasn't selfish with her time. She was not selfish with her resources. She gave hope to the despair. All those who were rejected find solace under Mama because she served her generation by the will of God. And it's my prayer that now that we still have our breath in us, may you serve your own generation by the will of God in the name of Jesus Christ.
This was followed by a special Zulu performance rendered by visiting students choir from Stellenbosch University in Cape Town, South Africa. The closing prayer for the service of songs was led by Right Reverend Felix Olorunfemi, Bishop of Esako. After the service, all the high-profile guests from within and across the globe were hosted at the main house of the Obaigbenas for refreshment and exchange of pleasantries. The funeral service was held at a special event at the Obi's Palace in Owa-Oyibo, Agbo in Ika East Local Government Area of Delta State on Saturday, the 20th of August 2022. The venue was filled to capacity and it radiated with beautiful decors, flowers and lightings. Family members and high-profile dignitaries started to arrive at the venue. Notable among them were Governor Ifeanyi Okowa of Delta State and wife, Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State, the chief host Prince Nduka Obagbena, chairman and editor-in-chief This Day and Arise Group, his siblings and the enlarged Obagbena family, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Prince Bisiola Tilo, the chairman and CEO Biscon Communications, Are Dele Momodu, chairman Ovation Media Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, President Dangote Group, Mr. Peter Obi, former Governor of Anambra State and presidential candidate of the Labour Party, General Lucky Rabo, Chief of Defense Staff and wife, Olurogun Oscar Ibru and wife, Mr. Tony Elumelu, Chairman Hares Holding, Mr. Jim Ovia, founder of Zenith Bank, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State, Governor Kayode Fayemi of Ekiti State, Governor Dakwa Abiodun of Ogun State, Godwin Obaseki of Edo State, Governor Atiku Bagudu of Kebbi State, former Governor of Ogun State Segun Oshoba, former Governor Donald Duke of Cross River State, among so many others. The service started proper with a hymn rendered by the church choir. The first Bible reading was taken by Princess F.L. Bagbena, granddaughter of the deceased. The Stellenbosch Choir delivered more special renditions. Hymns were taken before the sermon was eventually delivered by Right Reverend Ifeanyi Chukwu Godfrey Ekpensi, the Bishop of Ika Diocese, Delta State. He welcomed and thanked everyone who took time to be a part of the ceremony. He reiterated the fact that Mama Margaret Obagbena lived an impactful life and a life committed to the will of God.
Very great virtues of our mother. And we thank God for the life that she lived. She served the Lord, a life of humility and service and commitment. The church found her worthy of great service. That at the point she was enlisted and invested with the knighthood of St. Mary. We thank God for granting her very long life, and we thank God for her children. May her soul truly rest in peace. Amen. We have come here because somebody died. And so I wouldn't speak without talking about the subject of death. I will talk about the subject of death, and then I will talk about us that are living. Because the painful thing about the life that we see today is that we see many persons live their life as if they will not at any time go down like Mama departed.
This was followed by a brief family thanksgiving offering.
Your glory with any man. You will never share your glory with anybody. Almighty God, that is your name. You are the Lord, that is your name. That is your name. You will never share your glory with any man. You can never share your glory with anybody. Almighty God, that is your name, O Lord. You are the Lord. You are the Lord. That is your name. You will never share your glory with any man. You can never share your glory with anybody. Almighty God, that is your name. Almighty God, hallowed be the name. Almighty God, hallowed be the name. Almighty God, hallowed be the name.
Governor Ifeanyi Okowa, Governor of Delta State, gave a closing remark in which he commiserated with the family and laid emphasis on the impactful life that Mama Margaret Obagbena lived. He enjoined everyone to emulate her.
She was one of those mothers who could inspire me as a nurse. I wish all our nurses could act that way today. I'm sure that people wish to go to the hospitals in Nigeria if we had people like her. And I do know that she made a lot of impact in government. And the government of James Ibori, the government of Oduah, did recognize her input in governance and made her special advisor, advising on health matters. She was worthy of it, and she won a lot of accolades while she was in service. I wish each and every one of us had the opportunity to meet her very closely. She did truly impart on humanity.
The hymn, God Be With Thee Till We Meet Again, was sang as the remains of the late Princess Margaret Obagbena was moved to the graveyard for the final interment. There was a grand reception later with more heavyweight dignitaries from all parts of the country in attendance. These include Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, APC presidential candidate, Governor Abdullahi Ganduje of Kano State, Chief James Ibori, Chief Pius Akinyelure, Comrade Adams Oshomole, Mr. Festus Kiyamo, Mr. Shegun Awolowo. It was a moment of wining, dining and exchanging of pleasantries by the big shots from within and across the globe. The reception ended with cultural displays, masquerade show, horseplay and more. Biscon Communications prays that God will grant Dame Princess Margaret Obagbena eternal rest. Amen. Enter his gates with thanksgiving and his courts with praise. Give thanks to him and praise his name. Psalm 100 verse 4. On Sunday, the 14th of July 2019, family members, friends and well-wishers gathered at the Cathedral Church of Christ, Marina, Lagos, to give thanks to God for the life of an outstanding media entrepreneur, the chairman, This Day newspaper and Arise Television, Prince Nduka Obaigbene, as he clocked 60 years. The birthday Thanksgiving service, which coincided with the church launching of Harvest 2019, had people from different spheres of life in attendance. Guests included the Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, Executive Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Ekiti State, His Excellency Dr. Kayode Fayemi, the founder of First City Monument Bank, Otumba Shupmi Balogun, President of Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, founder, Silverbird Group, Senator Ben Maribros, Executive Director of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Segun Awolowo Jr., the Right Reverend Humphrey Bamishebi Olumakaye, among many other important personalities. The church service featured hymnal renditions. The Bishop of Osun North East of the Anglican Communion, the Right Reverend Akorede Okeyelu, in his sermon themed, "Let the name of the Lord be praised, both now and forevermore," pointed out that God created us to praise, worship and glorify his holy name. While quoting different Bible verses, Reverend Okeyelu urged the congregation to always bless the Lord. He advised the congregation to give sacrifices of praise to God in faith, adding that God will surprise them.
We should understand the purpose why God created us. He created us to praise him in all analogies. We have to constantly give him praises every day on a daily basis. We all understand that to praise God is to bestow approval upon him, to honor, to worship, and to glorify his holy name before his altar and before his people. We should know that no one is excluded from praising God. No one. When we worship, we acknowledge the presence of God. Praise is the response of our worship back to our Creator. So by gathering together to praise the Lord, we are giving honor, majesty, and glorious back to him. Thankfulness is that part of praise and rest to blessing given to us. Brethren, we are not only to be praising God, but we are to be rejoicing in him. Every day, all the time. Many times we think praise is just something to do as a congregation on Sunday. But God commands it to be a daily part of our lives. In Philippians chapter 4 verse 1 said, "Rejoice in the Lord." And I say, always do what? Rejoice. When we think about worship and praise, we may only think about singing alone. But it is so much more than that. It is shouting, declaring, telling, bowing, I pray that living in Holy Land and a life worthy of emulation.
Next was the intercessory prayer led by the Canon Residentiary, Reverend Canon Adekunle Ajado, after which there were blessings of fruits. This was followed immediately by the presentation of Thanksgiving offering by the Executive Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Next was the Thanksgiving session for the birthday boy, Prince Nduka Obaigbena, as he was joined by family members, friends and well-wishers who surrounded and danced with him, giving glory and honor to God for another wonderful year. The church service ended with a happy birthday song and series of photographs with the celebrant, Prince Nduka Obaigbena. The final phase of the Prince Nduka Obaigbena's 60th birthday ceremony will be at the Convention Center of the Eko Hotel and Suites, Victoria Island, Lagos, on Monday, the 15th of July 2019, where a night of music and concert will be held, which will feature top American music stars like Tony Braxton and leading artists from the Nigerian music scene, who will all converge to pay a well-deserved homage to a man who has supported the discovery and growth of star local and international scene. From Biscon Communications, we wish Prince Nduka Obaigbena a happy birthday. Monday, the 15th of July 2019, was a very joyous day for many, as Prince Nduka Obaigbena came all out to celebrate his 60th birthday anniversary in style at the Eko Hotel and Suites, Victoria Island, Lagos, with a theme celebrating the Duke at 60. Dignitaries present include Chief Ernest Shoneko and his wife, Mrs. Margaret Shoneko, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, the Executive Governor of Ogun State, Prince Engineer Dapo Abiodun, Governor of Imo State, Right Honorable Emeka Ihedioha, Governor of Delta State, Governor Ifeanyi Okowa, Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, Governor of Sokoto State, Alhaji Aminu Waziri Tambuwal, Governor Godwin Obaseki of Edo State, Governor Atiku Bagudu of Kebbi State. Also present at the event were the founder Zenith Bank PLC, Mr. Jim Ovia, who was the chairman of the occasion, former Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, former Ekiti State Governor Otumba Niyi Adebayo, former Governor of Cross River State, Mr. Donald Duke and wife, Mrs. Onare Duke, former Minister of Information, Alhaji Lai Muhammad, the Chairman and CEO Channels Television, Dr. John Momo, the Chairman and CEO Biscon Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo, publisher of the Guardian newspaper, Lady Medin Ibro, publisher of the Vanguard newspaper, Uncle Sam Amuka, Mr. Sonny Rabo, publisher of Ovation International magazine, Chief Dele Momodu, Olorogun Oscar Ibru and wife, Mrs. Wanda Ibru. The chairman of Hares Holdings, Mr. Tony Limelu. Other dignitaries were Chief Odie Ajimogobia and wife, senior pastor of Trinity House, Pastor Ichwai Godalo, and many other important personalities. Prince Nduka Obaigbede was born on the 14th of July 1959 in Delta State, Nigeria. Prince Nduka Obaigbede, as a young boy, attended Edo College in Benin City and later the University of Benin, after which he received honors degree in creative arts. Prince Nduka Obaigbede is a Nigerian media mogul, the founder of This Day newspaper and Arise TV. He began the publication of This Day newspaper in 1995. In the year 2000, Prince Nduka Obaigbede founded the annual This Day Award, which honors those who have made significant contributions to the Nigerian society in the political space, the business space, in leadership, education, and so many other areas. In 2013, Prince Nduka Obaigbede launched an international TV news channel with an African focus, Arise News, signing a contract with Globecast for satellite transmission on Astra 2G for broadcast on the UK Sky platform, and to Hotbird for cable distribution with bases in London, New York, Johannesburg, and Lagos, Nigeria. The 60th anniversary celebration of Prince Nduka Obaigbede was a major one. In the welcome remarks of the founder and CEO Zenith Bank PLC, Mr. G. Movia, who was the chairman of the occasion, he described the celebration as an auspicious one because the celebrant, Prince Nduka Obaigbede, is a man who associates with everyone, adding that Nigeria's foremost artists, Wizkid and Tiwa Savage, will be performing live at the event with American star Tony Braxton.
I'm going to be able to mention or identify every important personality here. Actually, it's not part of my job. My job is very simple, especially to welcome you all and to thank you for coming. But so I know a little bit of things that he has planned today, even though there's no formal program for that. One of which being that he's inviting a very well-known musical team, Tony Braxton, that you guys will put your hands together for Tony in a fashionable way. He's also mixing them up with our local team that are also of international repute.
There was a short interactive session on the topic, Our Country Nigeria, looking for the same strategy for rebirth. The panel included Dr. George Obiozo, Mr. Babatunde Raji Fashola, Ms. Hadiza Bala Usman, and Alhaji Hassan Dambaba, and they took turns to speak about a possible rebirth of the country.
The late Professor Claude Ake, he said that Nigeria is over-politicized and under-governed. He was right. Nigeria's destiny will forever be determined by politics, because Nigerian unity must and subject to being renegotiated from time to time. It must be renegotiated. So we should not resist the inevitable. That is part of what is wrong with Nigeria. We cannot be asking for historical exceptionality. All nations, as a plural as Nigeria, renegotiate their unity from time to time. To say that Nigerian unity cannot be renegotiated is a historical fallacy. And the earlier we know and start doing something about it, the better.
In my own perspective, the way I look at it is that it's an issue that needs to bring people together, sit down and discuss. Because the issues are so many that cannot be just discussed in a couple of minutes. So I think the best thing is we sit down, look at where the problems are, and think of what to do. You see, like Indu can celebrate now.
It's a very good solution to Nigerian problems. See, we're all here. We're all here. We have brought everybody together. So we need to come together, fight, see what the problem is, and get it resolved. Initially, I used to think the leadership needs to do more, but I've realized even the common man, ordinary man, needs to do more. The leadership cannot solve Nigerian problems alone.
And how many of us have children that we sent to the Ivy League schools, working in the Ministry of Justice, in the Ministries of Health? How many of our children are in the police? And how many of our children are in the Nigerian Army, in the customs and in the immigration? How many of our children are teaching in public schools? How many are working in public health institutions? And I think that is, for me, the singular recommendation that I will make, that after the scar of the 70s about what happened in the civil service, and an entire generation seemed to take flight from it, my singular recommendation would be that we must heal from those scars and all decide to repopulate the Nigerian civil and public service with the very best of our human capital.
In my opinion, some of the critical things that we need to do as a country around the economy is looking at providing a consumer credit. I believe that as we seek to, even the fight against corruption, it's difficult for you to say you're constructively fighting corruption when a person has to pay 100% to buy a car. The messenger in your office has to raise 250,000 naira in cash to enable him buy a motorcycle. An average person has to raise the full amount to buy a house to enable them get a house. So that for me is critical as we look towards strengthening our economy and developing a middle class. Without that system where you can pay, 10%, 20%, and then use your salary to pay the rest, it's very challenging for us to say we have improved on the economy or we are able to create a middle class that is what the Nigerian economy requires.
The session was followed by the much-awaited performance of US-based singer Toni Braxton, who electrified the hall with some of her hit songs. Shortly after that, members of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria presented a special birthday card to the celebrant, of which the celebrant is the current president. To show appreciation to their great father, the celebrant, Prince Nduka Obaigbena, was greatly eulogized by his two daughters, Eka and Efe, after which they proposed the toast.
Our father is caring, he's daring, he's passionate, he's determined. Throughout our lives, he has been a shining example of what it means to never give up. He's a powerful man, a pioneer, and he makes things happen.
He once told me that failure is almost inevitable. However, if you fail, regardless of how many times, you get up and you try again. And by this, you will succeed. He has told me to think differently and to think outside the box, to work to my fullest capacity and to know that nothing is impossible. He always says that he's not a successful man and that there's still a lot to be done before he achieves success. But I'm sure we can all agree that my father has played an incredible role in the history of Nigeria and in all our lives.
So please raise your glasses and let's give thanks to our dear father.
The cake-cutting session was supervised by the founder, Zenith Bank Nigeria PLC, Mr. Jim Ovia, as other top dignitaries joined the celebrant, Prince Nduka Obaigbena, in a photo and video session.
And I will join me counting Duke in reverse order. E, K, U, D. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, and so say, the Duke. We congratulate you on your 60th birthday, and like your daughter said, you have 60 more years to live. So at that time, we will send you off to heaven. Thank you. Yes, because
there was another special presentation by the Nigerian Entrepreneur and Summit Group, led by the Executive Governor of Ogun State, Prince Engineer Dakpo Abiodun, followed by Governor of Imo State, Right Honorable Emeka Ihedioha, and then the Governor of Delta State, Governor Ifeanyi Okowa, the Chairman and CEO Channels Television, Dr. John Momo, and many others.
my brother and friend, Nduka Obaigbena, everybody who tonight has described you with almost every imaginable word in the dictionary. I'll say that you are a man who has a very good heart. And you're a man that God also loves. I have the singular pleasure of presenting to you on behalf of the Nigeria Entrepreneurship Summit and Honors Group this scroll on your 60th birthday. My prayer to you is that may God grant you many more years in good health. May you live to see your great-grandchildren in Jesus' mighty name. Congratulations.
The man of the moment, the celebrant, Prince Nduka Obaigbena, later came up to thank God for his grace so far. He used the opportunity to preach love and unity among Nigerians.
You today, I remember in December last year, I had proposed a thank you evening with quite a few of my friends. But on the day of the party, I felt gravely ill. I could not attend the party. So today
is to thank God for His goodness in my life. I went from not attending the party to hospital, and I was out of action for 3 months. But God believed that I have a role, so I thank you all.
To add some extra spice to the event, Nigerian female singer Tiwa Savage thrilled guests with some of her hit tracks, after which Wizkid took over. From Biscon Communications, we congratulate Prince Nduka Obaigbena on the successful celebration of his 60th birthday anniversary. Happy birthday, Prince.
Tonight, to cap our Festival of Ideas, we have with us the former Black President of the United States, Bill Clinton.
Because of PEPFAR, the American Program, because of the Global Fund,
because of the work done by the Gates Foundation, because of all the countries that helped me to buy this medicine, that's not a problem. Why isn't every person in Africa who is in need of it getting that medicine today? Because there are no health systems that reach into every poor rural village in this country and in this continent. And the same thing is true in Papua New Guinea or Vietnam or any other place on earth that has an AIDS issue. So the next big challenge is for us to figure out an affordable way to do that. No one on this entire continent should be dying in their first 5 years of age anymore. It shouldn't happen. And the reason it continues to happen today is not the price and availability of the medicine. It is the absence of affordable, workable, sensible systems. In other words, it's not what and how much, it's how. So I leave you with that thought. I'm very upbeat about Africa's future. I'm upbeat about Nigeria's future. I think it's amazing. We had 6.5% growth this year. We kill for that in America. And I hope you can keep it going in the face of this terrible global crisis. But I just want to leave you with this. Everybody who can should be part of some non-governmental organization. Remember, your enemies are. You all laughed when I said it, but Al-Qaeda is arguably, along with the Gates Foundation, one of the two most effective NGOs in the world. I want you to think about that. The power we have by working together as private citizens in a borderless, interdependent world is quite extraordinary. But we have to think more about how to turn our good intentions into positive changes in other people's lives. Thank you very much.
We'll climb every high. satisfied. My soul is revived when I'm in your arms. I'm spellbound by your wondrous charm. Satisfied. My soul is revived when I'm in your arms. I'm spellbound by your wondrous charms. I will always hunger for you. I'll always be true. I'm no fool for such a true love was sent from above. For real joy I have found in you. I will always hunger for you. We'll go extra mile. We'll climb every high. We'll say